Test, test. Test, test.
Let's wait a minute. Let's get people seated.
Turn it on.
It's all good. I'm just trying to get their attention to sit down.
Anytime you guys want to speak, all you gotta do is just touch it, turn red, and it's ready to go.
Good morning.
Buenos días. Para los miembros de la Cámara de Diputados, por favor, ya estamos listos para empezar. Good morning for the members of the House. If you could join us here at the dais, we are ready to commence. The Committee on International Relations and Economic Development will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Anchia.
Here.
Vice Chairman Frulo. Representative Larson. Representative Larson. Representative Rainey. Representative Metcalf. Representative Blanco. Representative Romero. Representative Perez. Representative King.
Members of quorum is present.
The House Committee on Transportation will come to order. The time is 9:11. Clerk, call the roll.
Canales.
Here.
Landgraf. Here. Bernal. Davis. Goldman. Hefner. Kraus. Lemond. Martinez. Ortega. Rainey. Theory. Thompson.
A quorum is present. Okay, so I'm going to start with the, I guess, introductory remarks. Good afternoon. My name is Terry Canales, and this is the House Committee on Transportation and International Relations of Economic Development. I'm going to welcome everybody that's joining us here today before these two committees. Before we begin, there's a lot of key individuals that have helped organize today's hearing, and we want to take a moment to thank all those individuals as well for helping put this together. Dr. Pablo Arenas, President of the Texas A&M International University, Mayor Pete Saenz, the mayor of the great city of Laredo, Norman Garza and Luis Gonzalez, both with the Texas A&M systems, Teclo Garcia, Laredo Economic Development Director, who we miss greatly in the Rio Grande Valley, the administrative staff of La Posada Hotel, who have treated us like royalty, the Corey Henriksen, Carlos Galle, and Caroline Mays of the Texas Department of Transportation. We want to thank them for all their great help. Captain Stephen McQuarrie of the Texas Department of Public Safety, and all invited guests who are going to be presenting here over the next hour, or few hours. As everyone knows, today's hearing is a studying joint interim charge that Chairman and I and Chia were asked to study together regarding focusing on international ports and the entry of the border. International trade and transportation infrastructure are absolutely paramount to the future of our entire nation and our economy. But that's just one part of this conversation. We plan to conduct another committee hearing and a full interim committee charge at a later date in the Rio Grande Valley somewhere. And as I've said many times, but it needs to be said again, that the ports of entry are real economic engines, and the reality is they've been underfunded, overutilized, and they present such an economic boom, but we don't invest in them like we should. And if we did, we'd see an incredible, incredible return on our money. Just the amount of trade that's done here in Laredo is astounding. And that transfers from all our land ports to our seaports. Not only that, Texas's most important trading partner is Mexico. Our international trade has produced hundreds of thousands of jobs across the state of Texas, if not millions, and we need to pause to appreciate how fortunate we are to be geographically located to such a beautiful country like Mexico that does so much for us. So I'm an advocate for all ports. When I was appointed by the Speaker of the House to chair the Committee on Transportation, as a fresh set of eyes, I can tell you the one thing that stood out to me were ports and the amount of money that they contribute to the economic prosperity of Texas. Just this port in and of itself does more business than the Port of Houston, and that should open everybody's eyes in this room to say, why are we not focused on that as well? So when you talk about international ports, maritime ports, and land ports, you talk about a system of ports and benefits that the state of Texas has that's paralleled by none. Our greatest assets is our coastline and our trading partner to the south, and we have to take full advantage of that. And implementing things such as infrastructure plans is paramount to not only the future of Texas, but the future of our nation. Last night at dinner, one of the conversation points that we had was while the rest of the state of Texas, while the rest of the nation was in a recession, Laredo and the Rio Grande Valley were not. Their sales taxes didn't move, and they didn't even move on the economic ticker. And the reality is that we're more stable than any part of the United States. And why is that? It's because of where we're at and the ports that make it possible. And once you see how important those ports are to making an economy stable in a recession, should tell you they will fortify our nation. So we're here to learn about the realities of our international border and the surrounding infrastructure, and how Texas can do its part in improving the wait times in our transportation infrastructure. We know that every minute spent on the bridge is a dollar burned, and we know that it slows the growth of Texas, slows the growth of our nation. So there's no way we can cover it all in one hearing, and I'm going to look forward to continuing this conversation with all of the members. I want to thank the Speaker Bonin for allowing us to be here. We want to thank everybody once again who has hosted us. And members, does anybody have any opening comments? Oh, I'm going to pass it over to Chair Anchia.
Thank you, Chairman Canales. Thank you, Chairman Canales. And I'm really grateful for his and his committee's desire to collaborate on this charge. When we discussed it, we thought there'd be no better place to come than Laredo during Washington's birthday celebration. Laredo shines every day with $1 billion of cross-border commerce, but it especially shines during Washington's birthday. This, I believe, is my 6th Washington birthday celebration. I consider Laredo a second home. I'm looking out in the audience very fondly to my friend Jeff Mosley, head of the Texas Association of Business, and I remember that about 25 years ago, Jeff, you and I boarded a Suburban in Kansas City, Missouri, and we drove from Kansas to Mexico City with none other than our very good friend and former county judge, Mercurio Martinez. And we did a whistle-stop tour at that time, promoting the newly ratified North American Free Trade Agreement. And we met with the presidentes municipales and gobernadores throughout the route. And it was a wonderful bonding and eye-opening experience. And we've only doubled down on NAFTA to the benefit of Texas and to the benefit of Laredo. I recall a couple of other data points of that time. We had, I guess it was Mayor Saul Ramirez was there. We had a young state representative named Henry Cuellar, who served in the House, and then an even younger state representative who then represented Alice, Texas, and that's Richard Raymond. And Richard, I'm so grateful that you could join us on the dais today. We're incredibly grateful for your leadership in the legislature every day, and I'm proud to consider you a friend. In addition to that time, Laredo was only about 100,000 people, and now you're at about 250,000. So the growth as a result of bilateral trade has been exponential in this community. And I will echo the comments of my colleague, Chairman Canales, when he articulates the need for making the border more efficient and more flexible. And I argue to anybody who will listen that we can make the border more efficient and more flexible and more secure all at the same time. We often think about these things as a zero-sum game, but I argue just the opposite, that if we work more closely together with our Mexican partners, if we see Mexico not only as a challenge, but rather an opportunity and our #1 trading partner, and create more flexibility, leverage technology, and additional physical infrastructure at the border, that we can give, what I tell people all the time, is the biggest tax cut to consumers in the United States because of the massive amounts of trade that come through our border area. I would just say, finally, that to those who can stay, Laredo has been at the forefront of showing America that Mexico and the United States don't live back to back, but live together and intertwined. And that is most notable during the abrazo ceremony that will take place here in Laredo, and which is, to my knowledge, unique in this country as a place where we memorialize and symbolize the bilateral cooperation that is a very important part of that Texas miracle that oftentimes goes unreported. So with that, members, I think we should call up. Well, first I will ask if any other members have comments that they'd like to make. Of course, Chairman Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a minute to welcome everyone, all my colleagues here. You're some of my favorite representatives, some of you. All of you are some of my favorites. Let me make sure I say that properly, correctly. But two of my favorite chairmen for sure, Chairman Anchia, who I've known since before he got elected, and Chairman Canales, who I've known since he was a little boy. When I first got elected, his parents were great mentors to me in Alice when I had my rural district. And it's wonderful to see you all chairing these two very important committees. Very important for us here in Laredo, and I think for the whole state of Texas. And all of you here. You've all been great friends to me, all been great friends to Laredo. I think some of you have not been here before. I think Representative Krause had never been south of Austin, and so it's good to have him down here in Laredo. And Lyle, of course, my good friend Lyle Larson continues to advocate for Whataburger, and I'm with you on that. Also, very importantly for the audience that you don't know, I'm very, very proud to say that I welcome the new speaker. That we'll have a new Speaker of the House next session, and that speaker is sitting up here at this table. At least we all believe that the next speaker is sitting up here at this table. And can't tell you which one yet, but I believe it's going to be one of us. But the issues that you all cover are very important. Of course, border relations and what's going on the border and transportation. If it weren't for transportation, we wouldn't be where we are in Laredo. We've grown tremendously. You know, have community leaders like Jerry Schwebel who have spent so much time making sure that we continue to build our transportation infrastructure. But we believe it's a great investment not only for Laredo and for the border, in fact for the whole state and really beyond that for the country. That's the kind of economic impact that we have on the border. Chairman Canales, you're right, these ports of entry are so valuable to our economy and create so many jobs on this side of the border. So having this hearing here, I thank Speaker Bonin for the interim charges and for really directing these committees to focus on these issues. I want to thank President Arenas, who's been a wonderful president for Texas A&M International University. Continues to build this university, make it better and better, and we're going to keep working on it. The next time you come, these will be burnt orange, and so you'll feel even better about things. He continues to make sure that we grow in the right direction. And I'll be honoring him, by the way, later this year with an award we established here called the Future of Texas Award, because he's had that kind of impact on our community and on Texas. And then our Mayor Pro Tem, Albert Torres. Guys, when I first got elected in Laredo, this young man was I think about a 14 or 15-year-old student at our school here and had a little radio show, and he called me and took me in there and interviewed me. The first interview I did as a state representative was for this young man when he was a high school student, and we're very, very proud of the work that he's done on the city council, and he's going to continue to do in our community. But finally, just to thank everyone who's here to testify. This is very important that we have these two committees here, and it's very important we hear from you. You know, I see Doug Howland out there, one of my favorite folks from the private sector, and one of my very, very good friends. So thank you all for being here. Chairman Canales, Chairman Anchia, thank you all for bringing the committees and members. Truly, we appreciate all of you being here. We really do. Thank you so much.
I'd like to ask any members if they've got any comments before we begin.
Okay, well, let's do the following in terms of housekeeping. May I also ask Chair recognizes Jerry Schwebel of IBC Bank, if he could join this first panel, please. So we'll have you come up first. And then also Kirby Snyderman with the City of Laredo and the MPO, if you can join us as well. A couple other housekeeping. I want to make sure that we thank Celina Alvarado of WBCA, the support staff here at TAMIU, Eileen Ramos of the Laredo Convention and Visitors Bureau, and of course IBC Bank. I would then like to turn it over to Dr. Pablo Arenas, President of Texas A&M International University. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Chair Anchia. Chair Anchia, Chair Canales, members of the Committee on International Relations and Economic Development, and the Committee on Transportation. Bienvenidos, buenos dias. Welcome to Texas A&M International University. It is both a pleasure and an honor to have you on our campus, a university in the middle of the largest inland port in the Western Hemisphere. I'm especially happy to have you here during the celebration of our 50th anniversary as an institution and our 25th anniversary of our moving to this beautiful Northeast Laredo campus, made possible by the foresight of the Texas legislature when they established TAMIU as a four-year institution in 1993. I would like to begin my presentation with a short video that outlines the transformational impact that TAMIU has had on Laredo and this region. It's a short one. Representative Raymond's benefit, this is a dust devil as opposed to that other place. I'd like to highlight just a few of our transformational achievements. Our retention rate is among the highest of regional universities in Texas and the highest among border institutions. Our 6-year graduation rate has grown over 10% in the past decade, and we are ranked at the top among regional universities in the A&M system, and we are as well as among border institutions. We have the 3rd lowest student debt rate in Texas, approximately $10,000 below the state average, and we are among the lowest in the nation. We are a regional economic engine, producing human capital for business across the region to meet local demand. Among our most popular majors are the BBA and MBA in International Business and Trade, Criminal Justice, and Nursing. Our gainful employment rate is 11% above the state average, and our employment plus degree rate is the highest among border institutions. In 1990, only 11% of Laredoans had a bachelor's degree or higher. That percentage has grown nearly 60% to over 18%. That percentage, although is still below the state average, Laredo has the highest percentage in South Texas communities. In addition, in 2000, 83% of our graduates identified themselves as the first in their families to get a higher education degree. Today, that number is well below 55%. As mentioned on the video, we are nationally ranked, and depending on which survey, anywhere from 3rd to about 10th in the nation in upward mobility. And so that our students come into the university with an average family income of roughly $30,000. If you look at our graduates 10 years out, most of our graduates are now making $60,000 or higher. So they've gone from the bottom 40% in terms of income to the upper 40% in terms of income in less than 10 years because of their degrees from Texas A&M International University. We've also been ranked among the top 20 in the country in return on investment. So when you look at what our degrees are worth a little over $1 million more over 40 years than what would have been expected. So our graduates will earn roughly $1 million more than what would have been expected for our degrees. We've also worked very closely with CBP, and we have on campus part of a CBP Center of Excellence in Machinery. The center is responsible for assessing machinery imported into the United States and determining whether it meets import-export criteria. The center is responsible for improving commodity flow at U.S. ports of entry, including the Laredo ports of entry. In fact, one of the benefit to us is that our faculty get to work with the Center of Excellence people, and our students are actually able to do internships with CBP. Finally, you will probably hear later from their signs that the median income in Laredo has risen significantly recently and that the poverty rates have decreased. I can say with confidence that Texas A&M International University has been a big factor in that transformation. Again, I welcome all of you to Texas A&M International University, and may you have a productive meeting. And I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your participation today, and thank you for hosting us. Chair would like to recognize the Honorable Alberto Torres Jr., Mayor Pro Tempore, Council Member District 4. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Anchia and Honorable Chairman Canales, and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I want to welcome you to the great city of Laredo, Texas. Laredo is a historic and unique city within our state. This year, we are celebrating the 265th anniversary of the founding of our city by the Crown of Spain back in 1755. Today, 265 years later, Laredo is a city punching way above its weight class. With 271,000 residents, we are the 10th largest city in Texas. Port Laredo is ranked as the largest inland port in the country and the second largest port overall for total trade valuation. Last year, Port Laredo alone ended the calendar year with $232 billion worth in trade. Only the Port of Los Angeles did more than Laredo, but Laredo still did more than many of the other ports. About 17,000 trucks, more than 200 tour buses, 25 trains, and thousands of passenger vehicles and pedestrian crossings take place in our international bridges back and forth each day. Port Laredo in 2019 imported more than $3.8 billion in produce from Mexico. We just announced this month that California-based Mission Produce will soon build a $50 million avocado distribution and manufacturing center cold storage facility in Laredo. Port Laredo at the World Trade Bridge is moving forward with the construction of the free and secure trade, better known as fast lanes, and the widening of exit lanes on I-69. These initiatives will improve operational efficiencies and provide increased fluidity of traffic for empty trucks and CT-packed cargo. Similarly, the Laredo International Airport continues to be the only airport in the United States with 24/7 pre-inspections, processing services provided jointly by the U.S. and Mexican customs. Air cargo weight totaled over 685 million pounds in 2019, with exports to 67 countries and imports from 35 others. Success also creates challenges, and Laredo is one of the most congested cities in Texas. We are still working on solutions to limited transportation infrastructure, unemployment, and chronic poverty. The recent passage of the USMCA trade agreement by the Senate is wonderful news for Laredo. As we continue to grow and compete globally in the international trade sector, the implementation of this enhanced and updated trade deal with our two largest trading partners, Mexico and Canada, will undoubtedly create more jobs and investment in our community. The importance of this agreement not only is significant for the border region, but for every Texan and American. The USMCA will increase jobs, facilitate infrastructure, create specialization, but more importantly, will continue to develop markets with fair and reasonable pricing on goods and services for consumers. This is great news for Laredo, the state of Texas, and our entire country. What comes through these ports of entry reaches every state and every corner of our republic. As we plan for our state, we must agree to connect more markets in order to grow trade. We once again thank you for being here in Laredo and for joining us in our great city, and we welcome you, and we will always welcome you with open arms. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for hosting.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes, pardon me, Kirby Snyderman, Planning Director and MPO Director for the City of Laredo. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, my name is Kirby Snyderman. I'm the MPO Director as well as the Planning Director for the City of Laredo. And excuse me, I'm a little under the weather, but I definitely wanted to come be here today because of how important it is to speak to these transportation issues. I'm originally from East Texas. My father worked for Exxon for 30 years, and most of that time he spent in transportation. I remember as a kid going with him to a lot of truck conferences, expos where all the trucking companies would gather. And one of the funnest things as a kid is getting to crawl into one of those semis. And I remember at the time one of the owners of the company telling me that how much this vehicle weighed and how much, even he said, how much impact it has on the system, and later learned that it's about 1 to 100. That a normal passenger vehicle puts about 1% of the wear and tear that a truck does on that regular trip. I'll get to that in just a second. Statewide transportation funding formulas should be re-examined in order to adequately provide for the transportation infrastructure needed to support the considerable international commercial freight movement through the Port of Laredo. Specifically, funding formulas should be redeveloped with increased weight given to the number of commercial vehicles and number of commercial vehicle miles traveled in the region. One of the things I'd like to ask of this committee to consider is the creation of a subcommittee to actually calculate those formulas so that we can present that to the legislators, and I'd be happy to be involved in that team if you chose to do so.
Pardon me, does that require mathematics?
Unfortunately, yes, and, but it's really simple math, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in what I'm going to share. The Port of Laredo has 4 international bridges and is the busiest port in the nation, as has been said. In 2018, the Laredo Port of Entry handled northbound border crossing traffic of upwards of 5 million cars with nearly 11 million passengers, 3.7 million pedestrians, and more than 2.3 million commercial trucks. In 2019, the Port of Laredo surpassed Los Angeles for the first time, making Laredo the #1 port of the country. Now, you might have heard that, but let's put that in scale. Well, this is just rhetorical, but think about the trade with China. If you ask most people in the country, who's our biggest trading partner? I think everybody said, oh, China. We know that we trade mostly with China. But I think it would surprise most Americans to know that only slightly more than we trade with Mexico. It's basically on par. How much we trade with China is about how much we trade with Mexico. Now, if you ask them where that trade with China comes from, it's very diffuse. It comes into a lot of ports in the country. But the trade with Mexico, not so. About 3/4 of the trade with Mexico comes through which state? Texas, yes. And of that, do you know how much of that comes through the Port of Laredo, of that trade? Over half, about 60%. So imagine that. China, we trade just as much, nearly, with Mexico. The majority of that's coming through Texas, and the majority of that is coming through Laredo. I hope that sets in scale for many what we're talking about in terms of truck traffic. As a gateway to the U.S. and the dominant port of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border, it's difficult to overstate Laredo's importance to the economic well-being and the state and the nation. In order to maintain the port, appropriate investments in transportation infrastructure are critical to meeting the current and future challenges of moving people and goods. The difficulty is that current statewide and national funding formulas lean heavily on population figures and fail to adequately address Laredo's unique situation by comparison because it has a small population while having disproportionately a high number of freight vehicles using the local network. In other words, a city with an estimated population of 261,000 is struggling to provide for the international trade and transportation needs that come along with over 2 million commercial trucks using the port and the local roadway network in any given year. It's no wonder that in 2018, the Texas A&M Transportation Institute assessed Laredo's Loop 20 as the second most truck congested roadway in Texas. Furthermore, in order to access industrial areas and individual warehouses, commercial vehicles must leave the on-system roadways and utilize local roadways to arrive at their ultimate destinations. Commercial vehicles, as I mentioned, cause significantly greater wear and tear to the roads than standard passenger vehicles. Now, this is just some back of the envelope math here. But we are given funds from the federal and the state governments for transportation mostly because of our transportation. If you took any city our size and placed it anywhere else in Texas, regardless if it had a port or not, we're getting basically the same amount of transportation funding as we would. So imagine we're in the middle of Texas or we're in the Panhandle. We'd be getting the same amount of funding as we get that we're here. Except if you account for the fact of how much commercial vehicle goes through here and you calculate, remember that 1 to 100? If you put that into a scale of what a city with 260,000 would have, we're more on scale with a city of 2 million. In terms of wear and tear on our infrastructure, we're more like a San Antonio in terms of the traffic that we get and the wear and tear on our roads than we are with a Lubbock or another city that's closer to our size. And yet, we don't have the funding of San Antonio because they have a much bigger population, and that's how the calculations were created. Pre-NAFTA, I should add. So again, I just want to reiterate that that I think we talk a lot about how the formulas could be better done. I think it would be great if we actually calculated that and presented that to state and national legislators when we lobby with them to say, hey, we're not just asking you, we've calculated. This to us is what would be more fair with considering that the ports have changed, that we're not getting all of our trade from overseas. Instead, we're doing a lot of trade on the roadways. Thank you very much for being here and considering this problem. It's very important to Laredo.
Thank you for being here. one of the things that I learned real quickly was exactly what you just told this committee, was that the ports have a greater usage, so they're disproportionately used because of the tractor-trailer traffic and the rate at which those tractor-trailers eat up the road. That's number one. Two, they create and or generate or move the economy forward like nothing else that we've got. So they contribute disproportionately in a positive respect to the Texas economy and the world, and the United States for that matter. Now, that being said, we don't disproportionately make up with funding for the usage and or toll that those areas suffer as a result of giving more and receiving less. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. I left out one line that I think is important. The comptroller of the state estimates that the Laredo Port of Entry, with the trade that comes from Mexico, generates about 500,000 jobs in the state, directly and indirectly. And that accounts for about $72 billion in gross domestic product for the state of Texas. So yes, it does generate not only, there's a negative, but there is a positive, but we don't capture all that positive because a lot of it's jobs that are dispersed throughout the state.
Thank you. I think the reality is we use the roads more here. They generate a lot more for us, but we don't put into them. That's the reality.
Yes, sir.
Members, further questions? Thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes Jerry Schwebel, Executive Vice President, International Bank of Commerce, and past chairman of North American Strategy for Competitiveness. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Terry Canales, and Honorable Chairman Rafael Anchia, distinguished committee members. My name is Jerry Schwebel, and I'm the Corporate Executive Vice President in charge of the International Division of International Bank of Commerce, the largest bank headquartered along the U.S.-Mexico border with over $12 billion in assets and a vast network of bank branches throughout Texas and Oklahoma. In fact, IBC Bank, we were born here in Laredo, Texas in 1966, and our headquarters remains here in Laredo. And as the head of the International Division of my bank for more than 3 decades, I have witnessed the importance of strong trade relations between Texas and Mexico. And as a result of our role as a banker and economic developer in Texas, I come before you to share some of my knowledge and experiences as it relates to transportation, border infrastructure, and ports of entry operations. I also wish to qualify my remarks based on my involvement in many organizations and committees that I have either chaired or been part of or continue to be part of. The Border Trade Alliance, the North American Strategy for Competitiveness, NASCO, the U.S.-Mexico Economic Council, the Border Trade Advisory Council, BTAC, Texas Freight Mobility Committee, I-69 Alliance of Texas, and most recently, I've become more engaged in the new proposed Interstate Highway 27, which will become Texas' new energy corridor, the Ports of Plate corridor. So today I'm pleased to offer my perspectives of the challenges we face along the Texas-Mexico border and their impact on our state of Texas. Every morning I wake up and thank the Lord that I live and work in Texas. More importantly, in Laredo, Texas, which is mile 1 of Interstate Highway 35. You'll hear today how Laredo has become the #1 land port of the country, and the trade figures you already begun to hear about approximately $235 billion of trade. So for years I've been telling the story of the significance of the cities like Laredo and ports like Laredo to the state of Texas, the significance to our country, and now the significance to all of North America. So I say to you that our ports are of national significance, and now North American significance and international significance. The problem is that a lot of people don't know it. So I've often stated that everything you touch, you eat, you smell all day long, you eat, you use, got there on a truck, got there on a train, on a ship, or a plane, and most of it crossed through Texas ports of entry along the Texas-Mexico border. According to the U.S. Census figures, total trade through Texas ports totaled $791 billion in 2018, $488 billion, or 54% of total trade, crossed through Texas-Mexico ports of entry, and as you've been hearing, $235 billion of that, 31%, came to the port of entry. So I'm coming here, first of all, to thank you, all for what you've done for the border, for the infrastructure, and all of the funding that you provided, not only for the state of Texas, but also for us down here on the border. Eric Miller, one of Canada's key trade experts, made a profound statement when he first visited the World Trade Bridge in Laredo. He described the view of hundreds of trucks lined up heading north into the United States as follows. He said, "I feel I'm sitting at the 50-yard line of the Super Bowl of North America trade." However, many of the challenges of today are not that different from 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years ago. Infrastructure lags the growth in truck and rail traffic. Staffing models to manage our ports of entry become obsolete as soon as they're activated. Technology is only as good as when it's operational, and policies and restrictions imposed by state and federal government continue to impact our way of business, and in most cases our daily lives. So we as border residents, we often say that we must manage and control our destiny on a daily basis. We remain resilient as we adapt to the politics of two countries, Mexico and the United States. So what I'd like to do is focus now my attention on the three topics. First of all, infrastructure. Laredo's current population of 260,000 is expected to grow by an additional 160,000 by the year 2040. But you all know the figures. The growth for us can be attributed directly to the most important sectors of our community, trade and transportation. As north-south freight goes by truck, by rail, by plane, so that as that grows, so does our population. So the emphasis that we're placing in regards to cities like Laredo, ports of Laredo, as we manage our bridges, which we own, as the city owns, the people of Laredo own, generating about $80 billion to its coffers, is clearly important. But those four bridges that we're talking about, first one being built in 1954, and then the second one 1976, the third one in 1993, and the fourth one in 2001, together with our rail bridge that was built right at the turn of the century. It's important for you all to understand the gaps in regards to when these major infrastructure venues, and trade venues were built. That's why it's important that we work and focus our attention in working with our MPOs, our regional mobility authorities, because our emphasis today, personally, is to focus on the infrastructure outside the gate versus inside the gate. So when we talk about our trade and we talk about our bridges, we want to make sure that that secure trade is flowing as swiftly and as securely as possible so that we can continue to create the jobs in every congressional district in this country. So today, as we look at the numbers and all the connectors that we've got through Port Laredo, not only I-35, I-69, that connects now also 83, that will become that I-27, the numbers and the projections are phenomenal. It's estimated that by the year also 2040, that freight alone will go to those 14 or 16,000 trucks a day to 21,800 traveling northbound and 17,700 traveling southbound through these bridges. And we're not only talking about the four bridges, but an additional plan for even a fifth bridge. So the question is not if you build it, will they come? The question is, when you build it, how will they get to it, and how will they get out of it? And that's what we've been focusing our attention on. So today you'll also hear from Carolyn Mays from TxDOT and the role of a key document that we've been working together with Secretary of State Ruth Hughes in the development of what will become a Texas-Mexico Border Transportation Master Plan, BTMP. You'll hear about that. On the transportation side, Laredo is fortunate, as we look at all of the funding, to have received approximately $220 million in funding for many of our completion projects of Loop 20 and connecting 35, 83, 59, 359, I-69, and like I said, hopefully I-27. But I want to highlight, pretty much what was repeated and said again this morning, that Laredo-Webb County Regional Mobility Authority commissioned a transportation planning study where it indicates the importance of all of these roads, especially Road 1472, FM 1472, and the mines on the Mines Road, as we call it, and the Milo interchange, where 60% of all of the traffic that flows through those major roadways are commercial trucks. And these are parts of the city that are full of residential developments, industrial parks. So when we look at all of these numbers, and today you'll be hearing a lot of that, of those figures, it's important that you pay attention to not only what part of the communities and the role of your funding to this part of Texas. Now let me focus on a little bit on ports of entry operations, which I think, in anticipation of the USMCA, many of us will focus our attention. You'll be hearing from Sam Vail, my colleague. He and I worked together with the Border Trade Alliance in 1993 to get NAFTA passed. I worked on USMCA the last 3 years as well. But one of the things that we want to remind everyone that prior to NAFTA, you remember this, Chairman, our unemployment rates in this part of the world, the border, were 17%. Today, they're less than 5%. And on the Mexican side, they're less than 3%. So it's important that you highlight and understand a little bit of the history of what's happened there. In addition to that, the success of USMCA today versus NAFTA. Back in NAFTA, you had approximately 4 pages dedicated to ports of entry operations. Under USMCA, we have more than 30 pages, Chapter 7 and Chapter 15, addressing specifically ports of entry operation, so we can address the issues of congestion and you can of delays through our ports of entry. So we must be engaged in making sure that we manage and be part of that role of understanding and monitoring those 2 chapters. So we can place all of this attention on talking about the infrastructure of our ports of entry and reducing the congestion, the border wait times. But it's important that we also have the adequate staffing, that we also understand that there's some outliers out there, such as threats of border shutdowns. We have outliers out there as non-tariff barriers disguised as trade suspension agreements, such as the tomato issue. And there are others out there that we must be cognizant that there still will be there. And we must be fully engaged as a state of Texas, because Texas has the most to gain and the most to lose if we don't do it right. For those of us that were involved in NAFTA, one of the mistakes we made is that we came back to work and there was no monitoring or follow-up. We will not do that this time with USMCA. Texas will take the lead together with the Texas Association of Business, Texas-Mexico Trade Coalition, to make sure that USMCA will be the success that we believe it's going to be. So this coalition of Texas organizations and companies will not only allow to make sure that the USMCA is successful, will remain committed to make it a win not only for the United States, Mexico, and Canada, but more importantly, a win for every Texan. Thank you for the opportunity to share my remarks today, and I'd be glad to answer any of your questions.
Members, any questions? Okay, Mr. Chairman. And Vice Chair Furlow. Could you please repeat those numbers for the northbound and southbound traffic again?
Sure. The numbers that we're looking at in regards to that particular study that we were looking at as you look at northbound for us, it's 21,800 traveling northbound and 17,700 traveling southbound through our Laredo bridges.
And what happens with that difference? Because I would think, do they go back and forth through different ports? I was just trying to, it's the accountant in me trying to figure out, okay, where's that difference coming through?
Well, it's right now, it's coming through our, the projection of the growth is as a result of the trade volume that's expected as a result of Mexico and Canada. So we're looking at, if we look at those volumes that we have today versus what we're expected to have here in a matter of 20 years, we're just catching up right now, so that the trade infrastructure that we have for our bridges, if we add one more bridge or we add more lanes to bridges, or we add, these numbers are increasing on an average anywhere between 3 to 5% a year. But our infrastructure funding is not moving at the same pace. So that's when we look at these projections as a result of what's expected out of this increased trade. We need to make sure that we plan ahead so we can accommodate that projected increase.
I understand that, and that's a good problem to have with the increase in activity, especially with where I'm from in Lubbock and the Ports to Plains corridor that we're looking at. What I'm just trying to reconcile is a northbound number versus a southbound number. I'm just wondering if the returns are, and I believe you also mentioned about 60% of that traffic is commercial.
Right.
I'm just trying to reconcile the difference between what's going north and what's going south.
Sure, but what's going south is raw materials. Mexico has become the automotive platform of the world. And so the products will come in multiple times, up to 5 to 6 times. When you talk about crossing raw materials that converted it and assembled and turned it into a finished product. So when you're talking about, as we look at a North American model, and we combine what Mexico has to offer with its manufacturing base and what the United States has to offer as the largest consumer of the world, we combine those two, and we, the ports of entry, become the first entry and exit point of that flow of commerce. So that number, as it increases consumer demand, economic vitality among, between our countries, that's what create that flow of increasing volume of activity. If 80% of everything that moves by truck between Mexico and the United States. So that's where we're looking at those trucks. And there's ideas, that are out there, but it is going to continue to go. It has not stopped, it will not stop, and we need to make sure that we work together and have an adequate planning.
Chairman? Okay. Mr. Snyderman, you want to take a stab at that too?
Yeah, just wanted to address what I think is your question. Why is there a discrepancy between the number that are coming up and the number that are going down? This is a concentrated port for northbound, but then gets dispersed throughout the country, and that traffic finds its way back at other ports, disproportionate than it does coming up from Mexico because of our location, especially along the route to Monterrey.
Okay, and that's what I was kind of looking at. So they will be coming back through other ports, whereas that 60% may be the inverted at other ports along the way, maybe along the border.
Yes,
And,
sir.
and there is the new element, especially, for, this new corridor that we're talking about, the I-27, the new dimension on the energy side, where you're talking about gasoline and diesel. That is an element we weren't even looking at in this part of the world 2 or 3 years ago, as we were able to the opening of exporting, our refined fuel products. So that's where, and if Mexico takes a position in regards to their pipeline positions, then it's got to move by truck or by train. That also, these are new elements that pop in. Even when you have projections of 20 years from now, there may be some new elements that have, and this is one of them. That's why we're so excited about this corridor.
Mr. Snyderman, Snyderman, there's no R in it, I apologize. 2 questions. One is, where do you see the lowest hanging fruit in terms of efficiency under the current system? And number 2 is, if we were to be able to, along with the federal government, obviously, that maintains jurisdiction over the international bridges, bring more funding to bear, what is the scope of magnitude that we're talking about in terms of dollars?
Those are difficult questions to answer, so I'm not sure I can give you specifics, but we're doing something right now. We're doing a master plan for our bridge system that will give us the answer to both of those questions. But I think, just generally speaking, if you look at the part of our city that most of our industrial activity is concentrated, most of our freight traffic is concentrated, there's a lot of congestion. And so wait time for a lot of these companies is money in how they move these products. And so I was thinking about that earlier. I was thinking, if we had the right amount of money, would that just make the roads nicer? Would it just make them less bumpy? Would it just look nice? No, we would actually have an impact on both the capacity of how many trucks are moving through Laredo, because they're not just zooming through here. They're stopping. We have warehouses. We have there's a inventory that's being taken, and so they're being dispersed throughout the city, particularly in one area of the city. And when we invest in our on-system roads, we're basically the biggest impact is wait times is being decreased. And that, I think, has a direct impact on some of the, on a lot of the industry, that's very time sensitive. And that's why the whole reason, if you look at the trend away from China and to Mexico, a big part of that is because of the, a different type of management system where getting things here quicker, getting the product back and forth quicker is more important than getting it cheaper from China.
Members, any further questions? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So the wait costs money. While you're waiting, you're burning cash. And the question becomes then, these, I guess, industries or whoever's using the bridge and moving these trucks, would they be, in your opinion or the conversations you have, averse to paying a user fee or a toll road or something like that to move them quicker? Because I hear all the time, oh, well, they don't want to sit on the bridge, but they don't want to pay a toll. So that's I guess about, because the reality is there's a finite amount of dollars that are appropriated to TxDOT and from the state legislature for Texas infrastructure. And the question becomes, should we invest that in ports? My belief, and my personal belief, is yes. We should invest a larger percentage in ports. But the reality is, how do we get it? And how do we convince this body, or the body as a whole, the legislature and the Senate, that we've got to invest more in ports? And so one is, how do you pay for it? Right now we work in what's called a non-toll environment, which is, you know, not real sensical in some areas. But the second thing is, how do we convince the legislature, okay, if it's not going to be a toll road, how do we build this? And what's the return on the investment? And I wanted to ask you that question is, has anybody come up with a calculation, as many organizations that you mentioned you're a part of, say, look, if the state put in $1,000, you'd get a $5,000 return on your investment. I would imagine there's something.
Absolutely, yeah. There have been so many different studies that have been done to address the border wait times to accommodate, you know, the funding models. One of the things that's important to understand that next to the IRS, the collection of duties is the largest generator of revenue for our country. It goes into the general fund. So we always have to fight at the federal level to get the funding to come back where it's needed, where it's used. And that's why we've been telling the story that these bridges that belong to the city, that are built by the city and paid for by the city, are you know, the funding that supports those ports of entry operation need to include additional funding, not just for staffing, but also for infrastructure. We don't get our share. You know, there are fees out there, merchandise processing fees, there are duties that are collected. All of that are models that you take a significant portion of that and there's it and say, let me model it by taking X% of that fee and attach it. There is right now proposed border modernization discussion going on for about a $25 billion, you'll probably hear about it, that will be leveraged for border infrastructure projects. But it's still user fees. I'm not a fan of user fees, I'll tell you that right now.
Let me ask this, and so maybe I kind of muddled my question or my thought was, how do I go back and show the legislature that if you spend $10,000, it's going to get you 30? How do we go to show the legislature, whatever you invest, let's just say, first we want more money. We're saying that's the real answer. The ports need more money. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then if you get to brass tacks and I'm going to sell that to the legislature, I've got to say, well, what does that more money get you? Because if you just dump it over here, well, it just sits there. But here at the border, there's a return on the investment. And maybe that you can't answer that question, but I think that's the real question to stand before the legislature and say, if you give me $1 billion, I'll show you 5. Yeah. And so I think that's the question. In order for us to come back and look at, and we know the numbers are there. I just think we need somebody that can explain it really well.
You know, in 1993, there was a border plan that said we need $2 billion for the entire southern border. We got $396,000 by Phil Graff. This is back in 1993. Those numbers of border infrastructure needs and projects, everybody's got a wish list, right? But if you focus attention to where the facts are, where the numbers are, allocating, sometimes some of these ports of entry, you know, and the funding become very political. Our bridges become political. But you need to understand where meet the demand, where the demand is, where you need to address the funding mechanism there. That's why it's important to understand. That's what the proper planning is. It's not just throwing out some numbers and projections, but seeing where you need it. We don't, there's no question, we don't get adequate funding. You know, we can't go in there and say, just like airports, they get per every ticket, you know, there's going to be money going into operations just for staffing. But for us, Staffing is key. We've never been at full TO&E. But looking at what source of funding, which you've got at the federal level right now, that comes to the state to be allocated to those ports of entry, and distinguish between seaports, airports, and land ports. Because land ports for us, the 28 that we have, that's where the bulk of that money is coming for the entire country, not just for Texas, but for the entire country through our 5 customs districts.
If I just might add for the membership, even though we don't have a figure of what the ROI might be, we do have some data related to what the lost output is. We studied this a couple of years ago with a joint Senate interim charge, and we cited a couple of studies, the first one being one that was completed in 2008 by Accenture and the Department of Commerce. It was called Improving Economic Outcomes by Reducing Border Delays. And I'm going to give you a figure that is going to be pretty staggering. For every minute that trucks are waiting northbound, it costs the U.S. economy $116 million and 26,000 jobs. Just put that in perspective. This study has also been cited by the Mexico Institute in their study, The State of Trade Competitiveness and Economic Well-Being in the U.S.-Mexico Border Region. And that was in 2012, so it was updated in 2012. So for every minute, I'll repeat it, for every minute that trucks are waiting northbound at the border, it costs the U.S. economy $116 million and 26,000 jobs. So when I said that it really would be a huge tax cut and stimulus plan to have a massive focus on the border infrastructure with the state of Texas and the federal government investing in infrastructure, whether that be in operational efficiencies that maximize the existing infrastructure or in additional physical infrastructure, the positive impact to our economy is astronomical. Astronomical.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, just to add, you hit on something very important. That is we need to have those numbers. So I want to assure you that's something we're working on in a freight study that we're going to be performing at the MPO level here in Laredo. But just anecdotally, Valentine's Day just passed, and I didn't order that chocolate when I should have for my significant other. I ended up paying $20 extra just to get it there the day that I planned to get it there. And we're in that time-sensitive environment. A lot of us, with the shopping that we do, with when we buy something, one of the reasons online shopping has done so well is because of that time sensitivity. So there definitely is a cost. And for a lot of the industry that trades with Mexico, that time sensitivity is extremely important. So we want to calculate that, again, update the studies that have been done so that we can say in Laredo, because we're already at congestion levels with the amount of traffic that we handle, with what's projected, here's where our congestion will go if we don't address that. And then what is that cost to the industry in Texas and to the nation if we don't address that congestion and don't address those time savings, the cost of time?
Thank you for your testimony. The only other thing I would add on that data point that I just offered is that was only calculating the loss for the 5 busiest ports of entry along our southern border, most of which are here in Texas. Members, any further questions of the panel? I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair is going to call Ms. Caroline Mays, Dr. Federico Schaeffler, Rafael Aldrete, and Jeff Mosley. Thank you all for being here. We'll start with Mrs. Mays. You just tell us your name, who you represent, and what you'd like to talk to us about.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Chair and Chair Canales, and the members of the committee. My name is Caroline Mays, and I serve as the Director for International Trade, Freight, and Connectivity with the Texas Department of Transportation. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning, and my testimony today will focus more from a border-wide. You've heard a lot from the previous speakers specifically about mostly Laredo, but what I'll talk to you about here today is the entire Texas-Mexico border. And a lot of the numbers, information I'll give you today is a much more high level. I understand that there will be more hearings to talk more details on some of the issues and follow-ups that will be needed, so I'll focus more on high level. So on slide 1, if you have it in your packet, you know, Texas, you know, our Texas and Mexico, you know, U.S. Okay, yeah. Let's see. No, I don't think so. Yeah. I'll just use the slides. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Texas accounts for 60% of U.S.-Mexico border, and that's a huge chunk. And as mentioned earlier, we have 28 port of entry. And it was also mentioned earlier that there's a typo on the PowerPoint that says 33%. That's supposed to be 73%, because Texas accounts for 2/3 of U.S.-Mexico trade. And in 2017, Texas traded approximately $187 billion with Mexico, and that's more than 3 times what we trade with China. So just wanted to kind of highlight that Mexico is our #1 trading partner. And then you could see the numbers broken down by imports and exports on the slides. The next slide is really just talking about population. This was mentioned a little bit earlier. Since between 1990 and 2017, the border regions population, and this we're talking about the 4 Mexican border states, and then you know, the 3 Texas region, the population grew by 70%. On the Texas side, that's 28 million. And then on the Mexican side, it's you know, 4.5 million. So the region is growing significantly. So let me just highlight, on the Texas side, that grew by 67%. And then on the Mexican side, that growth was 72%. So you know, so Mexico is growing a little bit faster than we're growing. And let me give you on the national level. The national level in the U.S., the growth between that time was only 31%. So our growth is actually double the national average in terms of growth of population in the border regions. So just wanted to highlight those. And the fastest growing region was Hidalgo, you know, that grew by almost 500,000 people within that time. And then followed by El Paso and Webb County. So just kind of give you what areas were the biggest magnitude growth there. In terms of employment, again, you know, we're seeing tremendous employment growth within the border regions. Again, this is the 60-mile border region, Texas and Mexico. 95% growth in employment in the region. So again, you see a little bit of imbalance. Mexico has a lot more jobs than we have. Some of the questions would be why, you know, and a lot of that is there's a lot of manufacturing in Mexico. And most of our jobs in the Texas side is mostly warehousing, distribution, et cetera. So that's kind of why the imbalance, you know, is. And I wanted to highlight one thing that's not on your slides. In terms of income, the Texas-Mexico border region, the median income in the border region is $35,000. And then the median income national in the United States is $60,000. So there's still a big discrepancy in terms of, although we have a lot of employment growth, but the incomes are not growing as fast in the border regions, you know, here in Texas compared to nationally. And then 24% of households in the Texas border regions, you know, live below the federal poverty level. And the national number is 12%. So we're almost double in terms of people living below the poverty line in the border region. So I wanted to kind of add that as part of my employment discussion here. Now turning to trade, you heard a lot of the speakers earlier talk quickly about, you know, how much we trade with Mexico. As you can see here, you know, the graph on top, that's U.S.-Mexico trade total. That's all the southern states trading with Mexico. And then the lower line is Texas trading with Mexico. So that's 2/3 of U.S.-Mexico trade is really, you know, Texas accounting for that in terms of the total numbers. And then this is how that trade moves, you know, the U.S.-Mexico trade. The 80% of U.S.-Mexico trade that comes through Texas, these are the modes and how they move. And as mentioned earlier, bulk of that moves by truck. So a lot of discussions about, you know, the mode that dominates freight movement is really truck within the border region, followed by rail, and then to a lesser extent, pipelines and air cargo. But I want to underscore the pipelines. Energy trade is the fastest growing trade between Texas and Mexico. Mexico only produces 20% of the energy, so a lot of the energy they use is coming from Texas. And Jerry mentioned earlier the Ports of Plains corridor. A lot of that is coming through through truck, but also through rail. And our ports also play a significant role when it comes to energy trade movement. I know we don't talk a lot about that, but there's a lot of movement from our Gulf ports, Houston, and other ports that are moving to the Mexican ports, transporting the energy commodities. So the next slides talk specifically about Texas-Mexico trade. This is trade that we trade with Mexico, and wanted to kind of just highlight this quickly. Again, when it comes to the modes of transportation, this is just what's moving from Mexico and stopping in Texas. Trucks, again, dominate. You heard a lot about the amount of truck traffic that we see, not just in Laredo, but throughout our entire border crossings, and the congestion issues there, because there's a lot moving by trucks. And a question was asked earlier about the difference between north and southbound. A lot of the trucks coming from Mexico are what we call drayage trucks. They're just coming to drop the products here. Then the U.S. trucks come, what we call the long hauls, come and pick them up. So that's the difference between what's really coming north and what's going back south. And then the other thing that happens is there's a lot of inter-regional movements between the borders. So a truck could come to Laredo and then go back out of, let's say, Brownsville or Far. So that's why you see some of those discrepancies in the numbers, so they don't necessarily match up. In terms of rail movements, we've seen a lot of growth, and I want to highlight here that since 1996, we've seen a 53% growth in rail moving northbound, and this is through all our 5 rail border crossings. And the most staggering one is the truck movement. Since 1996, 93% growth, and that's almost double. You look at 2.5 million trucks through almost 2 million trucks crossing our border crossings in 2017. And with USMCA passed, and now the stability that the businesses are going to see, I could tell you that the truck growth is going to continue, and the wait time issues and infrastructure issues that we're seeing today might just be exacerbated by the growth in additional truck traffic. On the contrary, what I want to point out here is that on the people movement, we've actually seen a decline, and some of it is very significant. On the passenger side, we've seen since 1996 actually a decline of almost 42%, and then people using buses, a decline of 23%. And the question I get asked all the time is why? And there's several factors. One that's always cited a lot is border wait times. The wait times are increasing, so it's discouraging people from crossing, especially leisure trips. People that have to work or go to school are still crossing, but they're getting stuck in those long lines. But the other factor too is, the economic opportunities have improved in Mexico. The incomes have improved because there are better jobs in Mexico. And also there's retail opportunities. You have Costco, you have Walmart, everybody's in Mexico. So they don't have to cross into Texas or the United States to buy those products. They can now buy products in Mexico. And also what we heard from the Mexicans is that because the incomes have increased, they're not driving anymore, they're actually flying into the United States. So you see a lot of factors that's kind of contributing to the decline in passenger travel within the border regions. And Jerry mentioned earlier that we're developing the Texas-Mexico Border Transportation Master Plan. And this is really an attempt from TxDOT to look at comprehensively at a binational level, multimodally, how we're addressing border transportation challenges and holistically, a system approach. It's not just about the border crossings, but also the transportation system and network that supports that. So what we're trying to do with this plan is a couple of things. One is to engage binational stakeholders, the Mexicans, the dialogue, Chairman, you mentioned the dialogue and the collaboration with Mexican, very extensive, with spending a lot of time with our Mexican counterparts to understand what are the issues, what are the challenges. We're spending a lot of time with our federal counterparts, on both sides, CBPs, the aduanas, and other entities to understand what the issues and challenges are. And then the next thing is we're looking at, okay, what are the strategies to address those challenges? And a key component of what you mentioned earlier is we're going to be looking at economic benefits of the border to not just Texas, but to the nation and North America. But also we're going to look at the economic impact of border wait time. What is it costing and what can be done? And some of it, there's several entities that are involved when it comes to cross-border trade. You have the federal, which, they take care of the compound, the federal compound, and then you have us and other entities that kind of do the land side aspect of it. So we're engaging all of those folks. CBP is working with us to identify what their priorities are, and they've told us, to just quote some numbers, that they have a $5 billion shortfall in terms of what they need to, one, modernize the border crossings, the port of entry, and then also to really expand and also build new border crossings. And just quickly to highlight, these are some of the products that we as TxDOT, some of it is legislatively required, but others is really trying to address and communicate border-related issues and work efforts that we're doing. The Border District Trade Transportation Report, that's identifying all the projects we have in each of our 3 border districts of Laredo, FAR, and El Paso, what they're doing at the district level to address trade transportation issues. And then the Border Bridges book is really just identifying each of the border crossings and highlighting, statistics on those border crossings. And then a key component of what we're doing right now is looking at technology. Chairman and Chair, you mentioned technology. We're looking at that statewide, but also for the border crossings, really working with CBP to understand, one, how they deploy technology. They're doing a lot of work on the northern border, and we're saying, okay, we also need a lot of those to be brought into the southern border. So we're taking kind of several approaches to be able to address the issues as relates to border crossings. And finally, most of you know, at TxDOT, we are in the process of focusing on safety, ending, fatalities. We have Vision 0 by 2050. And personally, I could tell you, addressing safety is a shared responsibility. We each have a responsibility when it comes to addressing safety. And I could tell you, the first one is those that design, maintain, manage the transportation system, which is us, TxDOT, but also the users of the transportation system, the drivers. We have a lot of distracted driver behavior issues. All of those folks are responsible for that. But also the makers of the vehicles. Vehicles are getting a lot safer, but still, there are other things that they can do. So those are kind of things we're trying to do at TxDOT to end, fatalities on our roadways moving forward and Mission 0. And finally, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to participate today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Mays, I've got a question. It's my understanding that TxDOT recently met in Reynosa with some of the Mexican officials. Are you aware of that meeting?
Yeah, we actually, as part of the Border Transportation Master Plan, we held meetings in Reynosa, we held meetings in Nuevo Laredo, and also we held meetings in Juarez. So the meeting you are referencing, it was part of the Border Master Plan, which we have a binational regional steering committee, 3 of them. So we have the one in the Rio Grande, we have the one here, and then the one in El Paso.
One of my understandings, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that some of the conversations that y'all had with Mexican officials and the people involved in this group was that, for the most part, they're just trying to get their trucks across as fast as possible, and they'll get them to whichever bridge they believe will get them across faster. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And some of the things we heard, at least from the RGV, is the double or triple inspections once they cross in. So sometimes they actually come to Laredo because they feel that, you know, they don't get a triple and double inspected.
But at the end of the day, my point is, they want to get their truck across, so if they can get across faster here, or at Bridge A or Bridge B, they're gonna go to Bridge A because they can get faster.
Yes, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
so in reality, it's whoever can get you across faster would get you the business.
Yes, trucking industry, time is money.
Okay, and so, and when y'all look at the border master plan, the reality is those are all basically relief valves to the traffic that's coming across. And so whichever place infrastructure is placed, it's still gonna relieve the onslaught of trucks that are coming this way, wherever you put it.
Yeah, wherever you put it, and it's a system, as I mentioned earlier. There's an issue with the border wait times at actual port of entry, but then the roadways that lead in and out of the ports, but also throughout the state of Texas, your I-35, your 69, your ports of planes, all of those plays in the decisions of the industry. So again, it has to be looked at as a system, because that's what the cost totals up at the end of the day from origin to the destination of that truck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to highlight a couple of items. The first one is that we have a treasurer in Carolyn Mays. And so she's forgotten, I follow this issue quite carefully. She's forgotten more about this issue than I'll ever know. So everybody make sure you have her contact information, because when this issue comes up and you have a vague recollection of this meeting, you'll be able to call her for a lot of institutional knowledge. And we benefit from the fact that you've been with the state for a long time. And so you're an important repository of the high-level thinking on this, so thank you. Second thing I'd like to mention is that in past hearings that we've had, either in the RGV with the past International Trade Committee that I chaired, or more recently, we've gone and met with manufacturers. And to your point of time is money, this is a logistics operation. And there are a number of different links in the logistics operation, depending on where you're importing either raw materials or component parts from, and have to deliver just in time to another manufacturing process. So every minute of delay complicates it. And the people who work on logistics, as the chairman mentioned, it's a puzzle. They have to crack this code, and if it is cheaper, although potentially more costs, not cheaper, if it's quicker, they'll run an algorithm on this that says, hey, if I have big wait times in FAR and I can get through Laredo quicker, they'll make what is otherwise an inefficient decision, because net it will be a cheaper decision, because time is such an important variable. And the last thing I would add is that Laredo competes not only with other ports of entry in the United States, but it competes with other logistics operations in North America and internationally. If a company can crack the code on creating its product cheaper in some unnamed Chinese city, of 15 million people whose name we'd never heard of, and find markets for that product in those other places on a net basis, North America loses. And so one of the great benefits of having a more agile and flexible logistics operation is that we benefit in what I like to call Fortress North America from those efficiencies. And so I'm grateful for the work that you do, because businesses have choices. And we are benefiting from the fact, and you've all heard the numbers, we're benefiting from the fact that businesses are seeking to make investments in northern Mexico and corollary investments in Texas. And that's been a big driver of the low unemployment we see today. Members, other questions or comments?
Chairman Achia.
Yes, Chairman Goldman.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mays. Great to see you again. I was on the Ports Committee, and you were, I echo what Chairman Achia said. I mean, she's an incredible resource for our state, so thank you again for being here. Quick question. Roughly in the entire state, how many crossings do we have south to north of trucks coming into the state of Texas?
In terms of, we have 28 border crossings.
Right.
And 13 of those are commercial. So those are some, like Laredo World Trade is just purely commercial, so only trucks cross at the World Trade Bridge. The others, you have a mix of commercial trucks, and then you also have, passenger vehicles.
So, okay, so I think Representative Kraus took a tour yesterday and said there were roughly 15,000 that come across Laredo every single day, so we can safely say over 20,000 plus every single day, south to north, trucks cross our. Do we know where those trucks are going?
Yes, we do.
So,
All over the United States
well,
and
that's
Canada.
my point,
Yeah.
and that's my point. And so, what is the benefit for the state of Texas, not for the city of Laredo, but for the state of Texas, for my constituents in North Texas, what's the benefit to get them across quicker? Because they're using our highways, they're damaging our highways, and how does the state of Texas benefit from them using our roads and bridges and highways and damaging them if they're leaving the state? They're just using us to get through.
Well, a couple of things, and these numbers might not be correct, but be happy to get back to you on, specific numbers. But I think when I testified last time, the jobs created in the state of Texas because of Texas-Mexico trade, I think it was over 380,000 jobs that are directly linked to trade with Mexico. And these jobs are not just in the border regions. These are jobs throughout the state of Texas. So that's one. And then two is...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to... I know.
It only responds to humans.
Yeah,
Sorry.
right, exactly. How does a truck crossing a bridge and using our highways generate a job?
Warehousing.
No, I understand for the trucks that are staying in Texas. I'm saying for the trucks that are leaving, they're using our state to pass through.
Yeah,
you're missing the point.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the trucks that are staying in Texas or using Texas. I'm talking about the ones that are going to Arkansas. And my point is this. Why are we rushing to get them across the border if they're using our highways to get to another state?
Okay, so a couple of things.
How does Texas benefit with them using, other than them stopping and filling up for gas?
So a couple of things. The through truck traffic, when we actually did the analysis, is actually a smaller percentage. 70% of trucks movement within Texas are all within Texas. So the trucks, a lot of them are terminating in like Dallas-Fort Worth, where that's like the distribution warehousing capital of Texas. 28 million people in Texas. They're consuming a lot of those goods that are coming through the border crossings. The cars, the washers, the dryers, all of those, a lot of it is being consumed in Texas. And then, yes, some of it goes throughout the country, but a bulk of what's going throughout the country is really rail. On the truck side, it's actually much smaller compared to what's staying within the state.
That's my point, is we are benefiting by them crossing. They are using our warehouses and normally dropping their loads, and then someone else is taking them to another state because we have the warehousing complexes here and everything like that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Chair's going to call Dr. Federico Scheffler.
Good morning. My name is Federico Scheffler. I'm the director of the Texas Center for Border Economic and Enterprise Development here at Texas A&M International University. And on behalf of our university and our staff at the Texas Center, I welcome Chairman Anchia, Chairman Canales, distinguished members of the International Relations and Economic Development and Transportation Committees, and ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this vibrant community, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning. Let me start by saying that from an overall perspective, as you probably know, the North American Free Trade Agreement has been extremely good for Texas and for the border region, and especially for Laredo. During the last quarter of a century, our region has seen an increase in trade that crosses through our strategic location, which resulted in more demand of professional services directly related to it. Other sectors of the economy have also benefited from this growth, such as retail, real estate, health, and manufacturing. New markets for Texas farm and manufactured products grew beyond the border, together with a newfound demand for products originating in other parts of the world, and more specifically from Mexico. The threefold growth of trade since NAFTA was implemented can be seen in economic development around the state, but it also can be seen in the strain it has been brought upon the infrastructure used for international trade operations and in-state movement of products to distribution centers or ports of entry. NAFTA required an update, as we well know. The recently passed USMCA is a much-needed improvement over the original agreement, but above all, it brings a breath of relief and certainty for Texan manufacturers, farmers, importers, exporters, and investors, as well as for those engaged in other types of professional or supply chain activities that revolve around international trade. The strong relationship between Texas and Mexico is based not only on geography and history, but also on culture. Communities on both sides of the Rio Grande rely on each other for sustained binational economic growth and also for the strengthening of family ties, friendships, health, and education. It has been said that the new USMCA is 90% NAFTA, and so it seems in the most of the 1,800-page document. But the most important consequence of its approval is that North America will continue to be a strong and competitive leader in the globalized economy. As I said before, the approval of the USMCA brings economic certainty for investors, producers, and manufacturers. Local economies will benefit from additional job creation, taxes, and overall human and economic development, which brings us to one of the bigger challenges we all now face, improving the current infrastructure for trade and planning and building that would be required in the future. This challenge is also an opportunity for the public and private sectors from both Texas and northern Mexican states to work together ahead of time to anticipate additional growth that will increase our competitiveness regionally and across Texas. The USMCA may bring back some manufacturing jobs to the United States, and that is very good. Also, as a result of USMCA, Mexican workers will earn more and will be more justly represented by their unions, especially those in the auto industry. What it won't do is bring back jobs that were lost mostly to robotics, new production processes, and or disruptive technological innovations. Those factors that have increased productivity at the same time have affected job creations and job losses. What has to be done, I believe, is face those consequences for the labor force with creative and forward-looking workforce training programs. But that goes beyond the objective of this hearing, so I will not go into this matter. Beyond the inclusion of intellectual property rights, digital commerce, and even the opening of the Mexican energy sector addressed in the USMCA, a very important part of this agreement is the additional support that the North American Development Bank will receive. The NAD Bank will now have more funds to apply in actions to protect the environment for infrastructure and to improve the quality of life of those who live on the border, and that for us is very important. The charge of the Texas Center for Border Economic and Enterprise Development at Texas A&M International University is to provide data to decision takers and decision makers. We also work very closely with public and private economic development and professional organizations on both sides of the border to bridge gaps that might exist with information and provide border trade statistics. We also work very closely with organizations such as NASCO, the North American Strategy for Competitiveness, which is comprised of organizations, businesses, governments, and individuals from Canada, United States, and Mexico. And one of those collaborations was on the development of the 21st Century U.S.-Mexico Border Action Plan. And we also work closely with the Future of the Region of South Texas Coalition to provide information for the legislative process specifically dealing with economic workforce development, border issues, energy, health, and infrastructure of this 47 county-wide coalition. We have provided you with some slides with information that we believe will be useful for your committees, and if you need anything else, please, that we might be able to provide, please do not hesitate to let us know. During the last 5 years as director of the Texas Center, I have had the opportunity to study the NAFTA renegotiation process with the unique perspective of having worked with Mexican and regional custom brokers for 16 years. Supplementing this experience is the knowledge I acquired by participating in the development of the Long-Term Vision Plan 2040 for the Laredo region, which was finished in 2009. And then in 2015, I was leading the update for the city of Nuevo Laredo of such a long-term vision plan. With this knowledge, I respectfully present to you the following suggestions of possible actions that could improve the economic competitiveness of Texas and our border region and the improved use of infrastructure for international trade. 1, actively work with Mexican transportation organizations to increase the number of CTPAD users and fast authorized drivers, while also increasing the available lines for expedited and safe trade traffic. 2, establish a pilot program that would help pinpoint transit times of trailers or rail cargo from the moment they cross into the United States to the moment they arrive at their final destination. This would allow a better understanding via a GPS-enabled app, as an example, of how long cargo takes from the port of entry to the importer or exporter facilities. 3, develop an app for importers or exporters that can provide transit times of cargo from origin destination in both directions. This could also be used for research and by authorities to estimate in peak usage times. 4, establish a single one-stop website with contact information for custom, immigration, security, environmental, and brokerage, forwarding, logistics, professional organizations on both sides of the border. This would expedite calls in real time in case of an emergency or when additional information might be required, either by the importers or the exporters or the authorities. 5, after defining regional or binational border infrastructure projects with a long-term vision, establish a strategic plan to ensure the funding and community engagement that will see these projects go all the way to completion. And then do it again. And once that's done, do it again. Always looking into the future. 6, work with custom brokers, transportation, and logistics organizations to increase the number of users of automated toll payments, something that is already done at many crossing points. 7, establish a point-based system for traffic violations, reducing or increasing driver's license points depending on the number of violations and or the number of years without one. And this way, cargo is not delayed, the driver accepts the ticket, and the employer pays the fine, as well as having precise control on how each driver handles him or herself throughout time. 8, use as much non-intrusive technology as possible. Consider changing the direction of some lanes at the bridges that operate cargo, or open parallel ones to increase the flow of vehicles during peak empty trailer return times. 9, install RFID readers not only at the crossing points, but also some distance before arriving at the booths. For example, at the entrance of the customs ports or 2 or 3 miles away. So technology can increase the competitiveness of the ports of entry officials who verify the safe and secure flow of imports and exports. 10, increase binational cooperation and training on both sides of the border even more, so users of the facilities have a more common base of knowledge. Final thoughts. Our competitiveness depends on maintaining and improving infrastructure for trade, but also in facilitating the movement of goods, services, and capital of current supply chains. The challenges of globalization require us to plan for the future, considering ways to prepare for technological advances, innovations, and disruption. We might not know what is coming, but we have to be prepared for it if we wish to preserve the economic importance of Texas and the world economy. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we have some slides that I think you already have, and if you'd like, we could go through them.
Members, any questions? Thank you for, okay.
Just a quick walkthrough of the slides we are providing you with. Is this moving? Yeah, but it's, no, that's the computer's over there. Why is it not? It's moving on your laptop, but not on the screen. There it is. Okay, this is just a breakdown of all the U.S. with the world trade through the customs districts that we have in Texas. 30% of everything that the U.S. trades with the world crosses through Laredo, 41.6% through the district of Customs District of Laredo, and then 10% on El Paso, 30.6% on Houston, Galveston, and then so forth. This slide shows the trade of Texas with the world and with Mexico, and Mexico is Texas' #1 import and export market, and there are the figures. This is a 2-year comparison of Texas imports and exports with all countries of the world, total trade. And this is progression from 2012 to the date, how all trade between Mexico and the United States is spread out through the port of entries in the United States. Not only border port of entries, but all port of entries. And the first, the bottom bar is the Port of Laredo. The second one includes the District of Laredo. The third is the Texas-Mexico borders point of entries that are not in the District of Laredo. And the fourth is Arizona, California, New Mexico, other ports of entry. And the last one is other ports of entry in the United States. This is a breakdown per day. 2019 U.S.-Mexico trade through south border ports of entry, $1.17 million a minute. And this is a breakdown of crossings, 2018 truck crossings through the southern ports of entry of all U.S.-Mexico trade. This is all. Those 12 northbound trucks per minute are all along the border. This is a 10-year evolution of southbound crossings through all bridges in Laredo. And this is the breakdown with the data. And this is just like a snapshot of December 2018 average wait times for passengers with Sentry, passengers, general and pedestrians on Bridge 1, passengers on Bridge 2, World Trade Bridge, commercial general and commercial fast traffic, and Columbia Solidarity average wait times for passengers, commercial general, and commercial fast. Those are the slides that you have. They might be useful for both committees. I'm available for any questions, please.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Representative Larson.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Larson. You just got
Just touch it.
lightly. There you go. You had it.
There
you
it
go.
is.
Got
Okay.
it.
I don't know if Kirby or Jerry or somebody from the previous panel, but I know Ms. Mays might have the answer, is I would like to see the investment that Mexico is making on their side of the border for the infrastructure, because we're the recipients of a lot of the truck traffic coming in from their side, but they need to build their infrastructure up to match ours, both on the bridges and on the roads coming in, because the congestion, we're assuming the congestion's on our side based on the presentations, but if they have congestion on their side, they're going to divert to other bridges because of that issue. So I haven't seen anything in the material about the investments they're making to match ours.
Representative, and I can personally tell you that I know in some areas of where I'm from, their infrastructure is better than ours, and so I'd like to
and that's
touch
why
on that.
I'd like to hear those comparable figures.
Yeah, as Chairman Canales mentioned, on some of the border crossings, the Mexican side is much more superior than ours. We had a chance to go to Nuevo Laredo late last year, and we went through their border crossings and to just see the investments they've made. So in some instances, better than ours, and the roadways as well. They're, connecting, especially here to Monterrey. They have, one of the corridors is fairly fast, it's, a toll road, so they're making investments strategically on the Mexican side. And the new president has put in a national, development plan, and they have named a couple of crossings that are very strategic to Mexico. So the northern border is very, very important and to Mexico, and the Mexico government, the way it works in Mexico, the border is controlled at the federal level. The investments are made at the federal level. So that's the difference between how we fund and how it's funded in Mexico. In some instances, yes, they lag in some, border crossings where we have better investment. So it's really, balanced out. And I think actually Mexico is a lot better in most instances than we are.
Yeah, I'd just like to see the investments they're making in American dollars in the terms, because you're asking for more investment on our side. We'd like to see that there's not an inequity, from one side versus the other. And you're already indicating that there are areas that theirs is superior. There's areas where ours is superior. We got to make sure we match those, because that congestion that develops through one of those bridges, if it's on their side, we got to make sure they're making that investment, because it's got to match. So I've never seen any figures as we've gone through the process of appropriations through transportation about the funding on that side. If you could just start sharing that with us.
Yeah, we, and I can get back to you, that's part of the border transportation master plan we're doing. We're engaging the Mexicans to not just identify the needs on their side, but also the investments that they plan on making on their end. So certainly be able to get that information to you later. We haven't gotten to that part yet where we're, documenting all the investments on their side, but, be happy to share with you once that becomes available.
Thanks.
Excuse me, sir. The National Infrastructure Plan for Mexico contemplates 147 projects with 858,000 millions, would be billions in pesos. Yeah. And the northern border of Mexico is going to be receiving 49 of those 147 projects. And it's around 8 billion pesos.
Ms. Mays, I guess that the short question, I think that, and I understand what Chairman Larson is saying is, you can't have it all flowing great here and then hit a bottleneck. And that, but I guess my underlying question is, from what your dealings are, does Mexico get it?
Yes, they do.
And are they putting their money where their mouth is?
Yes, the northern border is the northern border for Mexico is very, very important, and especially Texas. When we go to Mexico, when we engage with them, this is the most strategic, economic development opportunity for Mexico. So their northern border is very key. They make that very clear. And then I was going to address the issue of the wait times. The wait time issues are northbound. That's trucks coming into the United States. And the issue, I think Jerry alluded to earlier, is the actual, couple of things, the staffing issues. You might have 10 lanes, but only 3 are open. So actually, our congestion issues is impacting the Mexican. You have Claudia, she will probably, allude to that later, that, for instance, in World Trade Bridge, it can back up 7 miles into Mexico because of our side. It's the northbound. The southbound, there's really no congestion going into the Mexican side. So those are some of the, the discrepancies when it comes to really looking at the border wait time.
And the figure is 45 billion US dollars.
45 billion.
For the northern infrastructure.
With a B?
Yeah.
Yeah, for all the northern investment infrastructure.
That'd be great information,
Yeah.
as you're asking for funding on the American side, to see what their investments are on that side. Then it makes it easier, because the assumption that all of the congestion is manifesting on this side of the border, you've already indicated there are some of those border crossings where the congestion's coming from their side. So we need to, let's make sure that we're making strategic investments on the areas where we can help facilitate the flow through, and not just compounding more funding on our side that doesn't need to take place. It helps the appropriators at the state level, at least.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Thank you, Chairman Larson. I believe Representative Lamont has a question regarding trains in Mexico.
Ms. Mays, just a little more elaboration. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's not that. But I do have a question, more focused on our federal partners. During the USMCA negotiation, I'm sure this issue came up, and I'm not sure which one of you is the appropriate individual to direct this question to, so whoever would like to answer it, please do. But what are our federal partners willing to do to help relieve this issue? We're talking about what is Mexico doing, but what is the United States of America on our side doing as a result of that agreement? If it is the significant issue and that's impeding growth in trade, it seems like it would have come up during that negotiation, and there should have been a resolution to it.
And I'm not necessarily the right person to talk about the negotiations itself when USMCA was being negotiated, but I could tell you in terms of our planning efforts and working with our federal partners, I mentioned we work a lot with GSA They're the ones that are actually responsible for physically building the physical infrastructure in the federal compound. And then CBP, Customs and Border Protection, they're responsible for the operations. They're the ones that man, and inspect people coming, inspect the goods coming in. And then on the freight side or the truck side, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, they do the inspections to make sure that the trucks, are safe to get in here. So we've been working with them from our end, and they have identified their priorities and needs. CBP, for instance, identifying and using a lot of technology to expedite trade and also expedite the movement of people. But the challenge there is some of the border crossings, one, they're overcapacity or they're outdated. It was mentioned earlier, some of the border crossings, are over 30, 40 years old, and they need to be modernized, and CBP is working diligently to identify those needs. But the challenge, as I mentioned earlier, CBP indicated to us that they have a $5 billion need to modernize, and expand and build new border crossings. That's their ask, and they don't even receive that amount in appropriation at the federal level. So those are some of the challenges that they're dealing with because they're responsible for the federal compound. We are responsible for outside of the gates. So TxDOT, we only work with them. We have no say. We cannot finance. We cannot fund anything within the federal compound, only outside of the gates, which is the roadways. We work with the railroads to address some of those issues. And the railroads, again, they make their own decisions. We don't really have a say on what the railroads do. So that's kind of where the challenge comes in.
So I guess the follow-up question would be, if we were to invest the monies needed to address the stateside issues, but the federal issue still remains, does that solve the problem?
It has to be looked holistically. It's a system-wide approach. The border wait times, primarily, as we're speaking about right now, is inside the federal compound. So that's the issue. That's one component. And then the other component is really the landside access issues within the border crossings, but also the trade lanes, kind of what I call the trade lanes, the I-35, the 69s, and the ports to plains. Those trade lanes have to, for instance, if a truck leaves Laredo and they're sitting in traffic in San Antonio, Austin, and Dallas, that's going to impact. So it's really a systematic approach that needs to be taken because there's several entities that are involved in addressing the trade facilitation aspect of, our Texas-Mexico trade.
I've got a question, correct me if I'm wrong, because speaking from a TxDOT perspective, you're relegated to what's outside the bridge zone, but some of these, for instance, this bridge is owned by the city of Laredo. The state of Texas could appropriate money to the city of Laredo to expand their bridge, is that not correct?
I can't speak to that because I know from a TxDOT perspective, 90%, yeah, 90% of our funding is primarily highway. So whether the state of Texas can appropriate that,
sure.
I'm not qualified to answer that,
Okay.
Chairman.
Because I know that in the past, I've seen appropriations go to certain bridges for certain things that were, infrastructure projects. So we understand that from a TxDOT perspective, everything outside the bridge, but that doesn't necessarily mean the Texas legislature's hands are tied with appropriating money. So we want to thank you once again for being here. Members, any other questions?
I just wanted to follow back up on one of the comments you made, Mrs. Mays, regarding the wait time or lack of wait time going southbound, and what contributes towards the wait times that we have on this side. Clearly, you brought up the federal inspections and CBP. So southbound traffic, there is no wait times. Is that because there isn't as much of an emphasis on the security aspect or the inspections of trucks going that way? Does that mean that our American trucks just continue on without having to drop that load, as you explained earlier? And then, given the numbers that we have right now, is there an analysis of the trucks per minute that CBP could actually allow to move across all our ports of entry at any one particular time? Meaning, because of personnel that we have right now at these particular ports of entries, the maximum trucks per minute we have would be X. And yet we know in the future there could be 20,000+ trucks. What would the capacity have to be and trucks per minute in order to accommodate that? I mean, do we have anything that's based upon a per minute basis in order to give us a better understanding all the way back to to Chairman Anchia's point about what it cost per minute. Given that we could, I didn't read the study, so I don't know if that's exactly correct, but I think it is fair to say that understanding that you're causing a backup because you can only see X number of trucks per minute, and we know that that it's coming. So is there any of that analysis? So I know those are two questions.
Yes.
One is what's going south, what's Mexico not doing? And then talk about times per minute in terms of how we plan for growth.
Yeah. So to answer your first question, Mexicans do inspect the trucks, but a majority of the trucks going back southbound, a lot of those are empty because they've dropped the load here, so they're not necessarily carrying anything. So it's a different process to inspect an empty truck versus a loaded truck. So Mexico does have inspection. But in terms of southbound, that moves a little bit quicker. I've visited other border crossings in California and others, so it tends to go quicker. It's just the volume of what's coming north on our end, and so the inspection there's a little bit more rigorous compared to the Mexican side. And again, because theirs is a lot more empty trucks. So on your question regarding, CBP, CBP keeps a very, comprehensive data on the border wait time, how many trucks they're inspecting, and how many officers they need, et cetera. And I cannot necessarily in the position to answer that, but they do have that information, what it would take to inspect so many trucks every minute. But the challenge is every truck is different, what CBP has told us. The trucks that will come and they have issues, then they send them to secondary. So that kind of messes their numbers because that truck is not able to proceed. Then there's trucks that are crossing through the trusted traveler, the fast lane that you heard about earlier. Those are much more faster. Those you can pretty much measure it because those are already pre-inspected in Mexico and they're coming through, they're not stopping. It's the ones that are going through the general lanes that is a little bit tricky to be able to really come up with a number that addresses how many, trucks they can process a minute.
But we have data of at full capacity currently in, let's go, what you call it, the free lane?
Yeah, the fast lanes.
The fast lane, so.
Yeah.
So, and then the other lane is what again?
The general lanes.
So the general lane, so at
Yes.
full capacity, the general lane last year, we know the number.
Yeah.
So that we could use that as a calculation to project for growth.
I think our next speaker might be able to touch on that.
Yes, well, I'd just like to mention a couple of things. Claudia Lagas will probably have more information, but regarding empty trucks going into Mexico, they just flow very fast because they go through gamma or rays or X-rays, and if it's needed, they stop. And regarding the other direction, the CTPAT program is very important for all of these fast programs. That's why I mentioned that it probably should be increased.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Rafael Aldrete, the Director, Center of International Intelligent Transportation Research.
Good morning, Chairman Anchia and Canales and committee members. My name is Dr. Rafael Aldrete. I appear before you today in my capacity as Senior Research Scientist at the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, TTI, and in my specific role as the Director of TTI's Center for International Intelligent Transportation Research, or CIITR, located in El Paso. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today and provide some brief remarks, as well as to respond to any questions, as I have done previously for Chairman Anchia's committee hearings. The trade relationship between the U.S. and Mexico has continued to grow, as we've heard from the other speakers. And although this has led to increasing congestion at the border. While there are a number of natural limitations on the cross-border movement, such as existing infrastructure, security measures, and government agency workforce, limitations in reliable cross-border travel data or information also prevent more expedited cross-border movement. To that effect, private sector manufacturers, logistics companies, and personal passenger vehicles have been unable to plan effectively for cross-border movement due to limited real-time data and available information. TTI's CITR has researched and developed an enhanced system to monitor border crossing time that is reliant upon the current sources of data that are already deployed in the field, such as Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and radio frequency identification, or RFID. But we are supplementing that with light detection and ranging, or LiDAR, as well as artificial intelligence, and other emerging data sources, such as aggregated cell phone and GPS data. This system, developed through research at TTI, builds upon the current system of retroactively reporting travel time for vehicles by transposing it to a real-time reporting system. While we have deployed a prototype on a limited basis in El Paso, the availability of this highly accurate real-time travel information shows great promise in improving our capability to inform numerous decisions, such as route planning by logistics companies, to expedite the movement of goods and people between Texas and Mexico. Exacerbated by infrastructure and security agency limitations, border crossing wait times have spiked. Lengthy wait times have implications for numerous parties involved, which has a direct impact on economic development for local communities, as well as for the state and the nation. Long waits create time and labor constraint for freight companies and law enforcement. They can also cause delays in supply chains that affect other companies, such as, for example, in the case of produce overall, you can render the products unusable. No? So while many factors influence in border crossing times, technology has emerged that enables us to factor trip planning into the vehicle border crossing process. Currently, a system is already in place to report travel times across the state's largest ports of entry. But building upon this existing technology with new methods could mitigate congestion at the ports of entry, expediting crossing times and enhancing efficiency. The Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT, along with other border state departments of transportation and federal agencies, currently maintains a border crossing information system, or BCIS, which reports border crossing times. This has allowed for the public and private sectors to more accurately determine travel times and adjust some route planning decisions. While this system has been highly beneficial for those purposes, the system is not yet able to predict crossing times for vehicles that have not entered the queue. The system in use now, BCIS, determines travel time based on the movement of a particular vehicle via sensors at the beginning of any border crossing process. They flag the vehicle for monitoring through the crossing. When the vehicle reaches the end of the process, another sensor detects it, and time estimated becomes the current travel crossing time. This travel time reported is extremely valuable, helping to guide the route planning decisions, but it doesn't account for traffic buildup during the trip of that vehicle. Therefore, the ability to predict crossing time for vehicles that have not entered the queue is currently not publicly available. For example, if a vehicle enters the queue when there is no line of vehicles waiting, then its travel time may no longer be accurate by the time it finishes and another vehicle enters the queue. So under this system, vehicle buildup is not reported and thus can present difficulty for trip planning, as well as a failure to identify a less congested route. So this enhanced cross-border travel information technology, how does it work? Our center has researched how the application of new technology can enhance the data that is already exists to provide a more efficient border crossing process. The ability of the new system to accurately determine and convey travel times particularly relies on a number of technologies, ranging from the existing Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and RFID sensors that are already deployed, but including LiDAR, as well as artificial intelligence and emerging data sources, such as aggregated cell phone or GPS data from companies like Inrix, AirSage, and Google. The technology most appropriate varies upon the availability of reliable information for each type of vehicle. So the availability of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connection in vehicles and in mobile devices can provide data collectors with information that has a high degree of reliability and location accuracy relative to its cost. The source effectively captures the location and movement of a passenger vehicle, because currently many vehicles and travelers have a piece of equipment, a mobile phone equipped with such one of those technologies. On the other hand, when we look at freight vehicles, the movement of freight vehicles is best measured through the use of a different source, RFID. This is because the fleet of most cross-border dredge trucks already has an RFID tag that is part maybe of the trusted shipper program or part of a toll paying program. So most of them already have an RFID tag. This source effectively captures the location and movement of a truck, making it the most efficient method to capture with a great degree of accuracy the movement of a large truck. Pinpointing the location and speed of various vehicles with added means to protect personally identifiable information can enable agencies and companies to measure the amount of time needed for crossing a specific vehicle. Another necessary element of measuring wait times in real time is understanding how many vehicles are there in the queue. To that effect, our research has shown that LiDAR detection can provide a more accurate representation of vehicular volumes that moves through a highly congested, low-speed facility, such as a border crossing. LiDAR takes a reading of the slow-moving vehicle with a laser light and then measures the laser reflection from the vehicle. This collected information can be later used to map objects. And in this example, the LiDAR detectors can determine how many vehicles are entering the border crossing facility and how many vehicles are exiting the border crossing facility. Therefore, we are able to tell how many vehicles are waiting in the line. And we can also measure how many toll booths are open also in real time. And the key of all of this is all of this information is collected in real time and processed. So by knowing the time for a vehicle that a vehicle is going to take to cross, measured using the Bluetooth and RFID, as well as the number of vehicles in the queue that we measure using LiDAR, the sensor technology can enhance the current border crossing time reporting system. Though predicting travel time for a specific vehicle, given the number of vehicles in the queue and the rest of the information we already have, relies on the use of a third technology, that's artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is already used for a variety of purposes, but in the form of machine learning, it has enabled the prediction of border crossing times based on these other factors, such as RFID and Bluetooth wait times, and the measurements taken by LiDAR. Artificial intelligence can compare location data from the in-vehicle source with the volume of traffic provided by the LiDAR technology, and thus develop an accurate short-term forecast about border crossing times. The information generated by this technology can be used to predict very accurately, within a margin of 3 minutes, the total amount of time that a vehicle that is just entering the queue will take to cross the facility. This technology can enhance the current border crossing time system by providing a high degree of reliability for expected wait times while accounting for accumulating traffic. Now I'll move on to the use of emerging data sources. Most of the traveling public is familiar with navigation applications such as Google Maps and Apple Maps and Waze that aggregate cell phone data to provide users with a point-to-point navigation and travel time estimate. Several companies such as INRIX and AirSage also provide aggregate cell phone GPS data in the form of vehicular traffic information to transportation agencies, media or truck fleet managers. Our research has shown that travel time estimates generated with these data are highly accurate on the regular roadway conditions. However, as a result of the unique situation at the border crossing, estimates of cross-border travel time using these apps is not accurate. It's much less accurate than it is with the RFID and Bluetooth data. So our research has shown that a more holistic border crossing time system can be enabled by provide reliable point-to-point cross-border time information for a complete trip. This can be accomplished by integrating the information from the LiDAR and artificial intelligence enhanced BCIS with those roadway travel times that I indicated from services like INRIX or Google. And we can basically put together a segment of the trip that is going to take place on the Mexican side, for example, couple that with a travel segment that is going to, how long is it going to take for that vehicle to cross the border, with how long is it going to take for that vehicle to reach the exit of the border crossing to its final destination. So this enhanced system will allow the traveling public to make better routing decisions much earlier and help balance traffic between ports of entry within the same region, which then could enable transportation and border agencies to make better operational choices, as how much staff dedicate in one facility versus the other, for example. In my written testimony, figures 2 and 3 depict the placement of the various RFID and LiDAR sensors at the Isleta Zaragoza Bridge in El Paso. TTI has sponsored the implementation of the LiDAR sensors to test effectiveness of the solution from the enhanced approach to measuring border wait times. The charts in your in the written testimony have more detail that I'll be happy to respond to questions on later. Also shown in the written testimony in Figure 4, you see that many ports of entry are currently enabled with connectivity technology via the RFID and Bluetooth technology as part of the border crossing information system. While this BCI data is helpful, the reported times are actually dated because they are determined when vehicles exit a queue, and thus are sometimes no longer applicable for another vehicle that is just beginning the journey. Our center in El Paso has sponsored the development and the installation of the LiDAR sensors at the Zaragoza Isleta Bridge as well as the Bridge of the Americas, and we have been testing this approach for the last 1 year. So, to conclude, while a formal study has not yet been completed of the impacts of the existing text.bcis border crossing times for routing decisions, freight carriers, government agencies, and public stakeholders alike regard this available system as a significant improvement over the prior line-of-sight method used by Customs and Border Protection. Stakeholder feedback has indicated a greater level of trust and usefulness of the crossing times generated by the BCIS system. Furthermore, CBP has adopted the BCIS-generated information to populate their border wait time system webpage for commercial vehicles. Enhancing real-time information capabilities of this system by incorporating new technology recently developed by TTI will allow individuals and companies and various stakeholders to more adequately plan routes. Additionally, public agencies will be better able to redirect traffic by placing signage before a vehicle arrives at those queues to shift traffic towards other less congested routes for more efficiency. Finally, TTI very much appreciates your inviting me today. I will be happy to answer any questions at this time or be available in the future for further discussion. You have my contact information in your documents.
Members, are there any questions? Go ahead. Chairman Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is going to be maybe a multi-part question. This new technology that TTI is working on, how is the rollout, or the pilot, how would a rollout of the pilot occur? Is there an optimal port of entry where you would pilot it? What is the cost? And what are the aggregate potential cost, aggregate potential benefits?
A pilot would consist, well, first, I think as far as the technology that is currently deployed, or upon which this new system would rely on, currently the El Paso border crossing set of border crossings has the largest deployment of the technologies I mentioned. Part of it is because it's the only port of entry where this technology is also available for passenger vehicles. You know, the BCIS also considers 3 border crossings for passenger vehicles. All of the freight crossings are covered with the RFID system, and we have already deployed, TTI has already deployed the LiDAR sensors at the Bridge of the Americas for freight and at the Isleta border crossing for passenger vehicles and freight. So we feel very confident that that part of the system is working. So deploying, kind of starting a pilot would make sense there because the investment would be smaller. We have also in the El Paso region, we have tested the ability to generate reliable travel times using Google Travel Times on the Mexican side and INRIX travel times on the US side to reflect the travel time that it would take from, say, the factory to the border crossing on the Mexican side, and then from the border crossing to the drop-off warehouse in El Paso. So we are, the pilot, we have already tested independently each one of the components of the system in El Paso. So that would be kind of the location.
And how long would you need to develop reliable data that you can then, so let's say the chairman passes a bill and says we're going to pilot this, we're going to have some funding associated with it so it can be a comprehensive pilot at the Boda Bridge in El Paso. how long do you need to have reliable data in order to report back to us?
So there will be some hardware that will need to be deployed in the field to expand on BCIS, the existing BCIS, and there will also be additional hardware that will have to be installed for the other elements of the system. Because all of that part, we estimated that it would take about 2 years to finalize and have 1 year of operations of the pilot. So it would be 1 year for deployment and 1 year for the kind of testing, making sure it's working before it's final. We have also estimated, along with this, during the end of phase 2, do an assessment of the hardware needs at the Laredo and the Rio Grande Valley ports of entry. So while this has been happening, this is an estimate we prepared about a year ago. The city of El Paso has also been planning, and they are about to start the procurement of the additions to that system of to the BCIS for Bluetooth, RFID, and possibly some elements of the LiDAR system we developed. So that would decrease this cost figure I'm going to give you. So bear in mind that these are numbers from last year. That was about $3 million for deployment of the pilot, and then $3 million for $700,000 a year for operations of the system.
So if that is a 3-year, so we're looking at about $5 million over the course of 5 years, roughly?
Yes.
Am I adding that up about right?
It was about six.
$6 million over the course of 5 years, and we'd have a report back to the legislature in 2025, potentially?
That would be, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And any estimates to date on the yield? I know this is scientific, wild-ass guess, but if you were able to deploy that, is there a sense on what the improvement in wait times would be? Any projections?
We haven't done that.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got just one question. Is it when Chairman Larson and we were having a discussion earlier about building infrastructure, and there's pavement and there's concrete, but there's also technological infrastructure, and that in and of itself could decrease wait times. Would that be correct to say if you've got the right technological infrastructure?
Yeah, and you have the means to communicate that to the traveling public in real time, so that they can make the decisions to shift their travel to the most efficient route.
Okay, and in addition to that, what about, I guess, for instance, in X-ray machines, bridges that need X-ray machines and stuff of that? That's another form of technological infrastructure that would,
that is right,
decrease. Yes. And so there's a lot of ways, other than building pavement, that the legislature could weigh in financially on helping these bridges. Because I know, for instance, there's bridges in Hidalgo County that lack a basic X-ray machine.
Yeah.
They could have moved. And so having the right technological infrastructure would reduce wait times, and that's not necessarily the most expensive investment, but you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, it would definitely help increase throughput.
And increases border security, wouldn't
it?
Yes. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Chair calls Jeff Mosley, CEO of the Texas Association of Business, former TxDOT Commissioner, former Denton County Judge.
I have a checkered past, Chairman.
Former Justice of the Peace in Denton County.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Anchia. Members, what a delight to be with you. Chairman Canales, Chairman Anchia, and Chairman Anchia earlier talked about being in Laredo. A quarter century does go by rather quickly, doesn't it? But what a delight to be with each of you members, and I salute Speaker Bonin on calling a joint committee to talk about this wonderful future that we have here in the state of Texas. My name is Jeff Mosley. I'm CEO of the Texas Association of Business. If there's no objection, you have my full comments submitted to you in writing. I'll cut some of those comments to kind of abbreviate this, because I know you've got a full morning in front of you. But in serving in these various capacities, working, honored to be a part of the TxDOT Commission, and to serve as president of the Greater Houston Partnership and formerly as a Denton County judge. I have a deep appreciation for this topic today, this topic of how ports and highways and ports of entry and basically the overall theme of this is congestion and the demand for more capacity. And I'm pleased to be here today just to carry on a little bit more of this discussion from a little bit of a different approach. I want to add to this comment that had been made by earlier panelists about the dramatic success of getting USMCA ratified, and the Texas Association of Business was very engaged in that discussion, working very closely through our Texas-Mexico Trade Coalition leadership, Eddie Aldrete, who chairs that. But we were so pleased to work with Congressman Henry Cuellar, Congressman Kevin Brady, working with our Senators Cornyn and Cruz. And yes, the rest of the story is that every member of the Texas congressional delegation voted in favor of ratification. That's a big, big statement. There are very few states in America that can say that, but especially with a delegation our size. And so we salute these members for coming forward and doing the right thing. The right thing because 700,000 Texans depend on jobs related to this dynamic, beautiful trade relationship because of our trade relationship with Mexico. And so you've heard the numbers, and you're going to hear more numbers today about this trade relationship. But I'd like to take a little bit of a different tact as we go forward on this discussion of how to get goods to market and how to open up and build on this beautiful trade relationship called USMCA and the 25 years of NAFTA that we have behind us. And all of these have in common this really the challenge of congestion and how do we get goods to market? You know, how do we get delivery? And as a TxDOT Commission member, I was pleased to be assigned to be the liaison to the ports of Houston and get a better familiarity of how tonnage goes to market. And it was, as Chairman Anchia said, my pleasure to be a part of an I-35 corridor coalition back in the day when we were looking at how to get I-35 to the next generation of highway to get goods to market. And the bridges here in Laredo, as we've discussed, go back to the Eisenhower administration, and there's a patchwork quilt of bridges throughout the state of Texas. And in talking to the U.S. Department of Commerce, all we simply said is, don't give us anything extra, but just give us Otay Mesa, the bridge crossings in California that they have in Mexico. We just like to have that kind of federal participation. But from a state perspective, we know that congestion is an issue, and each of you have a handout. It's not quite as sophisticated as some of the slides you've seen, but it basically talks about the cost of congestion. And we already know that our state is on a very, very profound, dramatic growth rate. And no state has ever grown the way Texas is growing. There's no book in the library we can go to and pull off the shelf and go, what do you do when you grow 1,000 new Texans a day? And knowing that over the next 20 years, we basically grow from 29 million to 40 million by 2040. How do we handle this dynamic growth? And that's, again, why I'm so glad your two committees are meeting together today to look over the horizon and help us understand how to best position our state so that we can not have any regrets looking back about the challenges and the demand for more capacity. Well, here's the good news. The TxDOT budget has increased from $23 billion in 2016-2017 to nearly $32 billion. That's wonderful news. We, the voters, of course, stepped up on Proposition 1 and 7. We said enthusiastically, yes, let's put some more revenue in. But during a very similar time period, we also know that most private investment has been pulled out of the toolbox. In fact, the public-private partnerships that have been used to build like the North Tarrant Express, the LBJ Express, these have been deauthorized. And you might also remember that we, the voters, at one time enthusiastically approved bonds to build roadways. But the legislature has decided that that's not an option either. But if we were issuing bonds now to build highways, we'd be printing money because interest rates are so dramatically low. So billions of dollars have been added, good news, but billions of opportunities in private investment are now being turned away in what's being called a non-tolled environment. And the Texas roadway congestion is now at its worst level in nearly half a century, according to Texas A&M's Transportation Institute Urban Mobility Report. So now the TTI's 2019 ranking of Texas's most congested roadways illustrates this familiar theme, and it's really amplified by the discussion on the border crossing, is that growth-induced traffic gridlock is really getting worse. Houston's West Loop is the most gridlock corridor in the state, followed by I-35 in central Texas, just north of here, the Southwest East Tex freeways in Houston, and Dallas's Woodall-Rogers. These kind of round out our top 5 challenges. And guess what? The average Texas commuter is spending money getting caught up in congestion. 7 days in traffic represents over $1,000 per Texan in personal cost. So this funding gap is significant, and it's just the funding gap to fix I-35 is $27 billion, and right there in our state's capital, Travis County, that segment of I-35 is $8 billion to enhance that and fix that, this major choke point in our system. And what do these roadways represent? They're like blocked arteries. So if you go and see your doctor and they say, well, you've got an issue with, congestion in your heart or in your lung, you want to focus on that. And now we see this dramatic demand for more capacity in our ports, our rail terminals, our airports, our border crossings, and yet we still have these blocked arteries of getting goods to market. And so that's why I'm pleased to be here today, members. In conclusion, we just applaud each and every one of you for stepping up to sharpen the pencils, to take a look at what we can do to have a remedy. Clearly, there are some tools in the toolbox that we can be using. And by modernizing roads and embracing transportation technologies, clearly we should be doing that. By harnessing innovative project delivery tools such as state-directed private investment, we know that our state can have even more tools to support, finance, and expedite these critical transportation projects that are needed across our state. And at the same time that we invite the private investment to come in as a resource, it frees up and takes pressure off of our limited pot of money so that those dollars can go to work in rural areas, in the energy sector, and in the border community on infrastructure projects. Thank you, members.
Members, any questions? Chairman Larson.
Right. From the economic development side of it, the phenomena of maquiladoras sort of came onto the stage in the 1980s, and they've worked all the way through. Has anybody done an assessment of the American investment made within 60 miles of the border in taking or getting the benefit of the labor component in Mexico? Because that's a big part of the trade. These are American investments that are being made. They're not investments that are the genesis is Mexican investments. They're American investments. So I would like to understand that, exactly what that residual benefit is.
Representative, great point that you make. We can get you the updated data on that, and you probably have some panelists that are coming a little later on that can speak specifically to your question. But your point is well taken, is that we have a very dynamic, integrated supply chain, and the maquiladoras are significantly a part of the story of the U.S. economy. And so I'm not the best resource to get you specifically the information you're seeking, but I know we can find it for you.
Great, thanks.
Just thinking about what Chairman Larson's saying is that there's a lot of American investment in Mexican labor through the maquiladoras, and so we're actually hurting American businesses by not being efficient. Yes. Yes, sir.
Regarding these two questions, I'd like to add something that has been in my mind for a time. Mexico has 880 licensed custom brokers. A quarter of those, 220, 230, have their patente, their license issued to operate in Nuevo Laredo. Another quarter of the Mexican custom brokers from all around the other 49 aduanas operate in Nuevo Laredo. We're talking about 450 more or less Mexican custom brokers who work in Nuevo Laredo. Most of them operate on the U.S. side. and they invest in distribution centers, their U.S. custom brokers, partner firms, and even in things that don't have anything to do directly with trade, like, I don't know, boutiques, restaurants, or whatever. 60% of all Mexican custom brokers are on the border, and most of them have operations on the U.S. So that is a certain type of foreign direct investment from Mexico that creates jobs, pay taxes on the U.S. side.
Right here, yes. Any other questions? Representative Kraus.
Thank you, Chairman. Jeff, I appreciate that presentation, and this is what I'm starting to struggle with, spending the day down here, touring everything, the need for infrastructure funding down here, but as you just pointed out, the top 5 needs in the state for transportation congestion are outside of here. And so if we prioritize the funding in those 5 congested places, then we leave these trucks sitting here. As Chairman Canales showed us the video of just mile after mile of trucks just sitting there. But if we prioritize the funding down here, then we haven't done anything with congestion up north, and then those trucks didn't sit still up there. So any thoughts or any ideas of how, I mean, we've got finite resources, how we can accomplish both or do both? Because I hate to tackle one and then, you know, make another problem at another, but it seems like we should be able to do both. Is there any thoughts on how we can?
Thank you, Representative Kraus. Your point's well taken. We're just simply saying there are mega projects throughout the state that would be $500 million or greater where the private investment would make a lot of sense. And it could very well be that one of those mega projects is right here in this community or in any number of border communities. So not limited to some of these top 5 that are clearly challenges to our state's mobility, but in addition to these top 5, statewide, we believe the private investment should be invited to come in just to take the pressure off of the shortfall of dollars that are there, because there's no will to raise gasoline taxes. There's no will to issue bonds. So in this environment we find ourselves in, why not let the private investment come in on what we would call a mega project on a locally approved basis? So let the communities decide if those tools make sense. But very easily there could be a $500 million project here. The bridges that significantly are owned and operated by the cities really are managed lanes. They're collecting fees and tolls to pay back the bondholders. You know, the city has issued those bonds. And so significantly the bridge operations that move goods to market are private investment. That tool works very efficiently and well. We've got a long-standing record. So we're just saying, let's go back and see how that model can help us take the pressure off of this demand for capacity.
Representative Ortega.
Let me see. Oh, good. I've got it on. Sir, could you be a little bit more specific in terms of the ideas that you have with regard to directing through private investment? And I know that you're looking at it statewide, not only in a limited urban communities, but something that could even affect this community.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Representative Ortega. Well, the tool is actually in the toolbox. It's been used by the state of Texas. The LBJ Expressway, for example, the North Tarrant Expressway, Grand Parkway. These are mega projects that have invited the private investor to come in and fund. The fascinating thing about that model is that these projects can be done in a relatively short amount of time, meaning that when I was serving as county judge in Denton County back in the 90s, there was an effort to reinvigorate Central Parkway, the Central Expressway in Dallas, which was probably one of the first freeways in the state. But that was on the older model of cash and carry, let's say, and it took a good quarter of a century to update Central Expressway. And some of the businesses along that corridor just couldn't withstand being in a construction zone during that period of time. And I remember hearing about a cafeteria that had been there for a generation. They just had to shutter and close. They couldn't live through that construction zone. Well, you contrast that to, say, the LBJ Freeway, where there was a significant expansion and enhancement, but that was done in a period more like, let's say, of 48 months rather than years to get that done. And so the tax base was enhanced by that project being done timely and quickly, and the businesses thrive along these zones that are being built more quickly. So for the private investor to come in, they would use tools like a managed lane, they would use tolls, they would use fees. At the same time, they're adding free lanes to their managed lanes, so the people that choose to not pay the toll, they have more capacity on the free lanes. And so it's just, there's not every road is suited for a private investment. There certainly needs to be a high volume of vehicles in a certain designated zone for that investor to say, we want to do this project. But we're just saying, let a local community at least have that option to decide if that's a viable alternative for getting the project ramped up.
Members, any questions? Okay, we want to thank all the panel members for being.
Thank you.
Thank all of you. Chairman Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair would now like to call up our third panel. So we have the Honorable Pete Syons, Mayor of the City of Laredo. If you could come forward, please. Ernesto Gaitan Jr., Super Transport International President of Laredo Motor Carriers Association. And Sam Vale, President, Star Camargo Bridge Company, past Chairman of the Border Trade Alliance. Welcome. Mr. Mayor, thank you for greeting us earlier at the breakfast. I know you've been back and forth across town. We anxiously await your remarks.
Well, thank you again, and welcome to our fine city, the city of Laredo. As you know, we're a port, and you've heard plenty on that, but I'll get to the point right quick, and then, of course, I'll entertain any questions that you all may have. Laredo's a city punching away above its weight class. We have 271,000 residents here in our city. We are the 10th largest city in Texas, but in 2019, Port Laredo ranked number 2 in the nation for a total trade valuation among the nation's 450 airports, seaports, and border crossings, with $232 billion in value here in Laredo, Texas. Only the Port of Los Angeles did more, and Laredo did billions more than the Port of Houston, the Port of New York, the Chicago O'Hare Airport, and Laredo also moved more goods than all other border crossings in Texas and New Mexico combined. About 15,000 to 16,000 trucks, more than 200 tour buses, 25 trains, and they're planning for 40 trains in the next 5 to 10 years, and thousands of passenger vehicles, of people, tourists that cross our bridges back and forth every day. Laredo is a port of national significance. For example, Laredo feeds America's auto industry with more than $65 billion in new vehicles of all types and parts from Mexico, whose auto manufacturing industry is booming. Port Laredo in 2019 imported more than $3.8 billion in produce from Mexico. $1 billion alone in avocados, with more on the way. California-based Mission Produce will soon build a 50 million avocado distribution and manufacturing center cold storage facility here in Laredo. The trade and logistics industry employs roughly 1/3 of Laredo's workforce of more than 107,000 folks, according to the Texas Workforce Commission. That and other industries have allowed Laredo to increase its median household income 20%, from $39,408 in 2014 to $47,478 in 2018. And the latest figures are available at the U.S. Census. Success also creates challenges. Of course, congestion. We've been talking about congestion, and we have plenty of that. Yes, we have too many trucks, but the trucking industry is part of our economy, so that's a challenge in a way, but also a blessing. Of course, we've improved on poverty, but poverty prevails, so we need to improve on that as well. We're fortunate to get $220 million recently from TxDOT. Thank you, TxDOT, for that. That's going to go a long way. This is the first time in, I think it's unprecedented, frankly, that we've gotten such a good bundle from TxDOT, and we work very closely with them, and we're very appreciative. And of course, this is a big down payment for the work that needs to be done in our highway system, Loop 20 in particular, I-69 projects that we have. And that we must work together, obviously, to expand I-35. I mean, that's basically the aorta that takes us to San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, and beyond to Canada. And of course, the I-69 corridor as well. These are all trade corridors that we need to improve. And of course, now the ports to plains that would satisfy some of the traffic congestion as well, or alleviate it, shall I say, on the western side. That's the I-27 project that we need, and we're strongly behind that too, because we need that. It's important to all these ports here at the border. We need to alleviate congestion, and of course that creates economic development too for all these communities throughout these major trade corridors. And the point being here is we need to get these products, through our ports, into the market system, and ultimately to the consumer. And obviously that means, hopefully through the efficiency that we do create, better prices for our folks, for Texas, for Texans, and beyond Texas. So I know you've heard, tits and bits from other speakers. I would ask that maybe at this point, if you have any specific questions on us, maybe I'll be more fruitful in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, any questions? We know you had to run across town. You just attended a signing of the USMCA, ceremonial signing with Congressman Cuellar, I believe, over at the rail facility. So thank you for making time to be with us today.
Yeah, on the contrary, thank you for being here and taking interest in our city and our traffic congestion issues. Thank you.
Right, the chair recognizes Sam Vale, President Star Camargo Bridge Company, past chairman, Border Trade Alliance. Thank you for being here, Mr. Vale. Any relation to the late Bob Vale, who served in the Texas legislature for a long time? He did.
And my father served 16 years there, way before you guys.
Right. I figured there was a connection.
I was a page. So I remember the basement as it used to be. My name is Sam Vale, and I'm here as president of the Star Camargo Bridge Company. And we are a privately owned bridge. We made all the investments. We do lease the facilities to the government, but all the improvements, all of that is privately funded. And there's a couple of us on the border. Cities and counties are the primary owners because they don't have to pay taxes. And they're able to generate revenue that instead of paying taxes, it goes to the local communities. So that's one of the reasons why bridges are private and public, but truly are part of the country's transportation system. I'm also here, I know that you've heard from speakers like Jerry Schwebel. I don't know if he actually told you that he used to be chairman of the Border Trade Alliance and actually was a pivotal person who played a major role in the passage of NAFTA. And he's now working on the USMCA. So we're going on for multi-generations to be able to work toward better quality of life through trade. And I've also had the pleasure of working with Carolyn Mays on the Border Trade Advisory Committee. I was there since they invented it, and I appreciate the input that they have in state master planning and some of the other plannings that we do. Of course, Jeff Mosley, and needless to say, everybody knows Jeff because he's been around for so long. He's the only guy younger than I am, but that's been more publicly known. But Claudia Lagos is also an excellent individual to work with. I even go far enough back that I had to work with Captain McQuaig on getting the DPS. They have a great inspection staff, and we're really happy now, where at the beginning that DPS and DOT, they have their differences, but at our port, they work together in one building. And he was trying to accommodate different things that, some years back that Congressman Cuellar had asked him to work with us. Great people to be with. I have also been the chairman of the Public Policy Committee for the Board of Trade Alliance. In your packet, I gave the individual policies that are established by each of our committees. But public policy is more like the salesman for the group. We go out and we do more of the promotion in Washington and Mexico City with other organizations that we deal with. I guess when I hear questions about how does trade in Mexico help the United States, it surprises me in this day and time, because the first NAFTA was objected to many times by certain people in the Midwest until they found out that the automobile production line was going to be shut down because they had a problem in Mexico and they couldn't get the brake pads. I believe your Toyota trucks in San Antonio make about 12 crossings before the truck is completely finished and it's produced in Texas. But parts come from all over the world. I don't really think that there is a state representative's district that is not affected by international trade. Look at what the goods and services are in your community. Trace back where they came from and how they got there, and then you'll understand. Congressman Carter, from a little further north of Boston, tells us that he can walk outside his door and walk all the way to the border and on top of tractor trailers. He doesn't have to go very far to get on top of a tractor trailer. So the judge is right. It's a big and it's an important supply line, but it's benefiting all of us. Yes, we're going to have to split hairs here and there, but TxDOT and the international relations have important roles to play. Planning the infrastructure of the future is not going to happen for us to plan for this year. It's what we're going to be doing in 3, 5, 10, or 15 years. And I really compliment TxDOT for what it's looking at. Today, we're not just worried about north-south traffic. We're worried about east-west, and I guess Laredo would also be worried about northwest, because we have a lot of ports of entry on the border. But many times it's very difficult to get from one port to another. I can promise you that a whole lot of the traffic coming out of Laredo is going right down 83 or going through Hebronville or Falfurrias to get over to the seaport in Brownsville and back. What we do to interconnect is mighty compared to what we could do. We could really make it super if we had better border infrastructure to move goods and services around the border. My son, that's back here somewhere, he just retired from 20 years with Merck's Lines in Houston. They deal worldwide, so everything that goes up there, they're going out to the world. So we are connected not just to Texas and to the 39 states that have the number 1 or 2 trading partner in Mexico or Canada, but we're connected to the rest of the world through the border. And that's part of what we do. We're advocating with the government, the federal government, that they do unified cargo processing, which basically means the Mexican and U.S. inspection services are working together at one location, each doing their own country's inspection services, but doing it together. That generates about a 20 to 40% increase in efficiency. We got to think that way. We got to think of how do we make, there should be ports in the future should basically be one border, one port. We should get the stuff done together. I'm talking to CBP. We're talking about the command centers. Well, there's questions about, well, can we send the image from our X-ray to Mexico, but they can't manipulate it, but we don't want anybody to manipulate it. Well, what if they were both in the same command center, all securely checked, and they're analyzing the same information? These new pieces of non-intrusive technology, they're things that will tell you, and they memorize it. If the next time that vehicle comes through, if there's any changes, that's an anomaly. that immediately creates a different inspection process. So we can do things better at the federal level, and we encourage the state to be supporting it through our congressional and senators. Senator Corning spends an awful lot of time with us, and we're happy to hear that Senator Cruz was in Laredo yesterday. So that's a benefit, because we're getting more attention for what we need to do. The best results that we can have is to have efficient, lawful trade. None of us support unlawful trade. We have a lot of burdens put on the back of the custom services, the migrant crises and these kinds of things that affect states and nations. We have to work those things out. We can't think those are never going to happen again. They're going to happen again. But it's sometimes the quirks of American law that generate it. The real reason that they're down a little bit right now is because the Mexicans starting to enforce the laws on the southern border of Mexico. And when we have a problem at our border with the migrants, it's the Mexican Immigration Service that moves them away from the port, not us. We'll stop them in the middle. I can tell you that we made the export of migrants a profitable business to less than the best characters in the world, because they were actually making money by having the crisis. So the crisis generated money for the wrong guys and was costing money to the good guys. So we have to get deeper into these things. It caught us by surprise, everybody, including the bridge owners. We all had to participate in it. We still keep a gate at our facility. It's a small facility, but we keep a gate. We like to close it and be able to open it when we want. So we also think that the federal government, and we tell you this just to help educate you, we don't think that they need everybody to be a law enforcement specialist. They have a lot of services that we do at the ports of entry that we're using these types of individuals, and they don't need to be law. They can be administrative people, people that can do paperwork and do all that. That holds up a lot of our commerce and trade. So we're advocating, and I think right now this USMCA is going to take trillions of dollars and put it into our pockets because of that trade. It is going to be, if NAFTA generated more commerce and trade, which it did, this is going to go even farther. It is a much better document. The environmental and labor rules are there. We were down in Mexico working with the people doing the negotiations. We were very impressed with what they're trying to do. And we think that it's very important that we also not get into problems that are regional in nature in the United States. We've had problems because everybody's eating, right? Everybody wants to eat. You want fresh fruits and vegetables. Try to tell your wife you're not going to get them until next season, and see what she thinks about it. See what your daughter thinks about it. See what your son thinks about it, who's trying to work out and become a good football player or baseball player, swimmer or basketball, something like that. Well, we all need a good, healthy diet. And to do that, we're going to have to be prepared to allow that there's some competition. The tomato people from Florida have tried very hard in this last go-round to have a seasonality rule, which basically means when their crops are coming in, nobody can bring in tomatoes without paying an extra fee. Well, they primarily service the East Coast. That doesn't do anything for the North and Midwest and places like that. So just like the avocados, they didn't put the California avocado people out of business. They were on both sides of that argument at the same time, because we were there testifying, and the guys were both being financed by the same companies, all American. The federal highway system, and in particularly in our case the state highway system, is probably one of the most important lifelines that the state of Texas has got, because without that system we could not keep jobs at the level we've got in Texas right now. Doesn't do us any good to have an oil patch out there if you can't get it to Dallas and Houston, San Antonio, and Fort Worth, and other points of the country. So your highway systems are locked into the rules and regulations of international trade and commerce, and they're right now. I'm amazed that the Texas has come as far as it has in my short lifetime. I'm 76 right now, so I've seen a lot of changes in our highways, and we take a major role in this, and you should all be proud of what your agencies are doing, but they need more support from you guys. Even the Department of Public Safety could use more resources. So, and it's not like that it's so much more criminal stuff, but there's a lot of legitimate things that these guys do that are not about crime. They're crime about safety, how they help people, what they do. I mean, I used to be scared if that DPS car pulled over to the side of the road, but when you break down, you're damn happy he got there. I was. And my father was. I think they actually saved his life because he was a little older at the time that happened. And employment statewide and nationally is extremely important, and we're doing pretty good as a country in that area right now. And it's only going to continue when we have everything possible. We got to be working at a good level in this country, but we also need to preserve international trade. And the money investments, I just think that it's out there. These corporations today, they're all over. I don't even know who the companies are. They got so many little small companies scattered around the world that depend upon them. So we're all interconnected, and I hope that you ask some more questions that we can answer and not take up more of your time. But we do ask that you really do things to help your respective committees by giving more to Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Ernesto Gaitan Jr., Supertransport International President, Laredo Motor Carriers Association. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman Anchia, Chairman Canales, and members of the joint committees, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm very honored. My name is Ernesto Gaitan. I'm a local business owner of STI, a heavy haul transportation company founded in Laredo, Texas, with 5 locations in the U.S. and also a presence in Mexico. 3 of those locations in the U.S. are in Texas: Houston, Laredo, and Dallas. We transport cargo U.S., Mexico, and Canada. I'm also the current president of the Laredo Motor Carriers Association, currently representing 220 companies and over 20,000 trucks. I serve as the treasurer of the Texas Trucking Association, one of the largest state trucking associations in the nation. I'm sure you've heard from our good friend John Esparza before. I'm also a member of the American Trucking Association in DC, serving in the Supply Chain Security and Insurance Task Force committees. The trucking industry is an essential part of our nation's economy, and here in Laredo, it is even more so. We are the #1 inland port in the Western Hemisphere and are the gateway between Mexico and the United States. The daily number for truck border crossings is between 14,000 to 16,000 a day. I have heard our city be called the trucking capital of the world, and I'm sure if you visited Laredo before, you can be witness to that. There are just as many local as out-of-state trucking companies with terminals in Laredo. The largest trucking companies in the United States have trucking terminals located here. We have companies like J.B. Hunt, CRST, Swift, Werner, FedEx, UPS, any of the large ones, you name them, they're going to have a presence here in Laredo. Most of these out-of-state carriers are here in our city, creating jobs locally. To the point of Rep's question, how do they generate, even if they're passing through? Well, that's one of the ways. They have local presence here in Laredo. They're creating jobs in the state of Texas. 82.1% of Texas communities depend exclusively on trucks to move their goods. Trade moved via trucks between U.S., Mexico, and Canada employs 90,000 people in the trucking industry. 60,000 of those jobs are U.S. truck drivers. U.S. trucking companies paid U.S.-based drivers more than $3.25 billion in wages, not including benefits and insurance, retirement plan, and paid time off. Trade with Mexico also supports many thousands of jobs among shippers, forwarders, freight brokers, logistic companies, among many other jobs along our border. It is essential to retain these jobs, which will require the ports of entry infrastructure keeps up with the growth of trade. With the signing of USMCA, I believe trade will continue to grow and at a faster pace. It was estimated by CBP that border crossings will increase by 40% in the next 5 years in our commercial bridges here. According to the International Trade Commission, relative to NAFTA baseline, USMCA will increase economic growth by another $68.1 billion, with trade with Mexico and Canada increasing about 5%. This will result in 175,700 additional U.S. jobs, including in the trucking industry. Our city's infrastructure is not prepared for that kind of traffic. At this moment, trucks can sit on the bridge between 2 to 4 hours, depending on the day. On days where there are issues with the custom systems on the U.S. or Mexican side, you can see the line backed up for miles. This is not considering there isn't some catastrophic weather event, which has happened before. 2 years ago, the World Trade Bridge closed. Traffic had to be diverted to our Columbia Bridge, and wait times increased up to 12 hours, without drivers having to stay there for many hours without eating, without using the necessities that one has to. Trade fell behind days, causing impacts and repercussions on the economy, even causing shutdowns in automotive plants. The growth in cargo volume over the years, along with the increased security procedures, have led to longer wait times. Longer wait times lead to delays and travel time uncertainty, which can increase the cost of transportation. Ultimately, the cost is passed over to the consumer. A report by the Department of Commerce found that delays at the ports of entry cost the U.S. economy as much as $5.8 billion annually. The implementation of USMCA in the next few years should speed up the custom process between all three countries. However, the lack of physical infrastructure will reduce these benefits greatly. There are only 88 U.S. custom lanes for trucking moving across the entire U.S.-Mexico border, which is not adequate enough for the amount of trade moved. In 2019, Mexico surpassed China as our largest trading partner, with the majority of the trade moving via truck. With the freight volumes increase with the passing of USMCA, resources should be made to our port of entry, being the busiest. Improvements on the bridges have been made and are working. However, there's also improvements needed on roads leading to and coming out of our commercial bridges. Expansion is needed on these roads, which would speed the crossing of trucks across the World Trade Bridge and also the Columbia. FM 1472 is a road which is one of the heaviest truck traffic roads in Texas and is very limited. Traffic on this road has increased drastically and will continue to do so if something is not done to help move traffic along. There needs to be more ways to get from this road to our highways. So what do we need help here in Laredo? We would like to receive more funding for these types of projects, considering we are the gateway to our neighbors in the south. Many times funding is population-based, and the needs of our great state are now being considered, thinking of the impact trade has on our economy. Goods coming from Mexico into Texas and the United States overwhelmingly come through Laredo. Freight starts here. If we want to solve infrastructure issues, we have to start here in Laredo. Improved infrastructure in Laredo will only benefit cities like Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and many of the other large cities. Their economy largely depends on trade moving efficiently from Mexico. Many of the products coming from Mexico are going to these major cities, where there are automotive plants, suppliers, shippers, warehouses, distribution centers, and many other businesses that depend on a road network to have access to their goods. A well-maintained and reliable and efficient network of highway is crucial to the delivery of the national freight, both international and domestic, and vital to our economic well-being. However, the road system is rapidly deteriorating, and the cost to the average motorist nearly $1,600 a year in higher maintenance and congestion expenses. Highway congestion also adds nearly $75 billion to the cost of transportation each year. In 2016, truck drivers sat in traffic for nearly 1.2 billion hours. That's equivalent to more than 425,000 drivers sitting idle for a year. So you can imagine that. So 1.2 billion hours, that's equivalent to 425,000 drivers sitting idle for 1 year. It's nationwide. This caused the trucking industry to consume an additional 6.87 billion gallons in fuel in 2016, representing approximately 13% of the industry's fuel consumption and resulting in 67.3 million metric tons of excess carbon dioxide emissions. Congestion serves as a brake on economic growth and job creation nationwide. One of our biggest concerns in our industry, personally, is safety. Personally, I'm investing in added safety features on our trucks, including lane departure alerts, hard brake alerts, stability control mechanisms, even software to download trucks' computer information to view data on the driver performance. We're also investing in cameras for our trucks to detect issues and train our drivers better. I believe that safety and adequate infrastructure are synonymous. All the safety added features that help to save lives on our roads are reduced without the proper infrastructure. As you may know, most accidents happen in heavy traffic areas, bottleneck areas, and even in small congestion areas. Help us reduce these accidents by having the proper infrastructure. Let's build roads, bridges, dams, and rails that work for this century and not the last. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Take it away, Mr. Chairman. Yep. Members, any questions? Thank you to the entire panel.
I would just like to
sorry.
mention...
Chairman Larson, I apologize.
For Ernesto, the issue with the Columbia Bridge, you heard the discussion about the congestion on both sides. Some areas they've got overbuilt capacity. On our side, we'll have inadequate capacity. But the Columbia River, that's something that, the Columbia Bridge, where a lot of investment was made on the American side, and it hasn't been reciprocated. How do we leverage that to get them to build out the infrastructure so there won't be the congestion on their side? So I'm trying to struggle with what Mrs. Mays was indicating, the $45 billion that's being invested. And I absolutely agree on certain bridges, there's more than adequate capacity on the Mexican side. But in this instance, if we're going to further the investment, we need to make sure that these bridges, we've got capacity on both sides, or you're not going to see the investment by the state or a P3 until we fix that particular issue.
Right, I agree with you. I think it's just conversations with our neighbors to the south. We also have dialogues with them to try and make sure that we have equal investments on both sides. And I think that's something that we got to continue to paint a picture and make sure that we have adequate investment on both sides. I think right now Columbia Bridge is underutilized, so there is a lot more growth to be had in that area, and I think it will happen. So with the numbers that we're seeing with USMCA coming to fruition, we're going to see an increase in trade, and that bridge is going to be used a lot more. So we, as a heavy haul company, we use that bridge a lot. So.
And just really quickly, Chairman Larson, we do have on our next panel a representative from the Mexican state government.
Claudia.
Claudia Lagos Galindo is a former trade advisor, and so maybe able to give us some perspective there as well.
That'd be great.
Yes, Chairman Landgraf.
Well, I think he wanted to finish the...
The process is being modernized, but heretofore, we really haven't had planning internationally. Recently, there have been actual meetings between the TxDOT group and the Mexican groups. They fund their systems differently than we do. They're approved at the highest level, but the funding going down to infrastructure they're different structures. And so until we learn their structure and they learn our structure and we plan and work together, it's harder for those things to come to fruition. And then you change administrations, and that was somebody else's project and these are my projects. So those are things from history that we've learned, but we do have some solutions to them. That's one of the reasons I was referring to east-west traffic, for say from Laredo to Brownsville. If you can move east-west more fluidly, you're able to use a whole lot more ports. Similarly, Laredo to Del Rio, you can use a lot more ports. Those decisions are being made in Monterey every day. Go this way, go that way. You take a right or you take a left.
Just add to that. Yeah, regarding your question, sir, Columbia Bridge, the solution is a political solution, not necessarily on this side, but on the Mexican side. Keep in mind that the Columbia Bridge is in a separate state. It's Nuevo León. Then we have Tamaulipas, and obviously there's competition. Although we treat the region as an entire region, but yet certain elements come up, and there's competition, and then there's that relationship with the governor, with the president and the Federación and Mexico City. So it's a political solution that is required, and of course we're doing everything possible on the U.S. side to build that infrastructure, and it's basically a road on the Nuevo León side, on that state side, to feed into Colombia Bridge. But yes, it's underutilized, and we understand that issue. We've been working, I've been mayor 5 years, and I've been on it for the governor and the Federación, and of course there's a lady here that from Mexico too, or from Tamaulipas, that can basically explain and help you all better understand what goes on. But it's a political solution.
Yeah, the point is leverage the dollars that we have on the other projects. So they're wanting expansion on the American side. We want expansion at the Columbia Bridge, because investments already been made 2 decades ago. We're at 35% capacity. They have to catch up. They want us to catch up on our side. So we got to make sure that that 4th bridge that was put in at that time, otherwise it's not going to compel people to invest into more infrastructure if they're not going to reciprocate. So I think that it is a political solution, but it's a business leveraging decision too. That when we start taking the money, and it might be outside of the Laredo region, and it might be from the valley. When we're expanding at the valley, we're going to say, we're going to move here, you move there. You develop the infrastructure there, and try to get the people out of Mexico City to make these decisions for some of the governors.
You're right. And I just want to mention, I do know Nuevo León is making investments to connect better that region to the Columbia Bridge. So I know the person from Mexico will be able to speak a little more about that. I also wanted to mention about something you guys spoke about earlier. Should trucks pay tolls or contribute more to the fund of these roads? You have to consider first that trucks only account for 4% of total traffic in our nation. To put all the burden in our already highly regulated industry would be unfair. I think it should be a user fee system. We need creative solutions to fix our infrastructure. I know the fuel tax has not been increased since the 90s, and I think just with inflation and the growth, this should be something seriously considered. Another solution could be on the registration side. Definitely not VMTs. That's something that would, again, unfairly target just our industry. So I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
I'd just like to respond, if I might, Chairman. One of the things that we know, and earlier we heard a statistic, and I've heard different statistics, but the one that has stood out in my mind, I think the gentleman from the RMA said, big trucks eat up the road at 100 times the rate of one car. I've heard that it's 10,000, and I've heard that in my committee more than 50, 60 times. It's 9,900 and something, rounded up to 10,000. So the reality is this: even though the big trucks are less on the road, they eat up the road at a rate that's more incredible. And the Texas Trucking Association have come before my committee and admitted we don't pay our full share, not with your registration, not too close to anywhere near. And so I understand that you are in a highly regulated industry, but the reality is Texas, with 200,000 lane miles that it has to maintain and preserve, and the biggest detriment to those lane miles is big trucks, understanding who eats up that road and who has to pay for it when Texas can't is a big question. And I think that that's something that needs to be completely vetted, because the reality is this: he who uses it should be he who pays for it, and if it's getting eaten up more. I do want to thank you for being here, Sam. I think your commentary with respect to the east-west traffic is absolutely imperative for this committee to understand, because when you talk about infrastructure moving anywhere along the border, all those bridges come into play, and the bridges themselves have competition. Everybody understands that, but us as the legislature, we're not taking part in the competition. We're trying to take part in the solution. And if we can facilitate where the network of bridges becomes more efficient because there's a infrastructure that runs from Laredo all the way to Brownsville. People, you said it, they're already making that decision in Monterrey. Hey, which bridge is faster? And we talked about that earlier. It's not particularly which one's closer, it's how do I get across faster. And so thank you for that commentary, because that's part of the infrastructure master border plan that really needs to be discussed, is how do we build in the infrastructure so that all these bridges that we've already invested in are utilized to their max capacity. So thank you for being here, Sam.
Chairman Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Mayor, we were talking about the underutilization of the Columbia Bridge. If that crosses into Nuevo Leon, I presume that that's the northernmost bridge in the greater Laredo area, is that right? Is there anything farther north or farther west?
Well, it's upriver or downriver, I guess.
Upriver, right. Is there anything farther?
So it's upriver. Yeah,
Right.
we own the, the bridge facility there, yeah. So that's, upriver.
Right.
Northwest.
Okay, and that's the farthest upriver
Right.
in this region? Okay.
Correct.
No, thank you, and I appreciate everyone's
There's
testimony.
bridges farther north, like Eagle Pass and Del Rio, yes.
I'm talking about just within Webb
him,
County,
yeah.
right, or the greater Laredo area.
Correct.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, there's one interesting thing that I learned recently from a traffic engineer. In the city of Laredo, if you build the Columbia Road, you've doubled the World Trade Bridge, and you build the 405 bridge, in 5 years under the USMCA, you're gonna have 1,500 trucks a day that don't make it across. And if that happens, that means the next day, there's another 1,500 on top of that coming in. So we do have to find ways to move it, just like in Dallas and Houston, the complexities of moving there, it's the same thing. This is just along Dallas and Houston.
Along those lines, we're talking about the southern terminus of Interstate 27, Ports to Plains corridor. Have there been specific discussions about that being fed into the Columbia Bridge?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we're proposing, as you exit the Columbia Bridge, if we can formulate or construct really a road from the Mines Road area and continue that, an extension of that Mines Road area, which is FM 1472 to Eagle Pass and Del Rio, and then further west.
Right.
That would help tremendously. It doesn't make sense to exit those bridges and then turn them east into
Right.
I-35, and then, so you're creating 2-3 times the congestion
Well, that
situation.
made sense to me. That's why I was curious if those specific discussions had taken
Sure.
place.
Well, yeah, there is, but there's
Right, I know
room for
there- right,
improvement, yeah.
Sure, sure. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Members, any further questions? Thank you to our panel.
We're going to call our last panel, which is Claudia Lagos Galindo. And Captain Steve McQuaig of the State Highway Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety. I apologize, Captain, I think I got your name wrong last time, so. Ms. Lagos, if you would state your name and tell us who you're with, and commence your testimony at your leisure.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Claudia Lagos, and let me tell you a little bit about my background. I had worked all my career in international trade and business, and I had worked in the private and public sector in Mexico. In the public sector, I worked for 10 years with customs, aduanas in Mexico, and I was port director in Colombia and port director in Nuevo Laredo. And recently, I was working with the state of Tamaulipas, the governor Cabeza de Vaca, create a specific area for trade, and I was helping him doing the relation and the importance of trade for Tamaulipas. And as you heard here from different speakers, the relation between Tamaulipas and Texas is 18 crossing points. So that was the importance. And as a consultant, because it's like helping in both areas, I had with the state of Tamaulipas, we tried to have the relation, and as you heard also from different speakers, that I had the opportunity to work with them, like making things align from the U.S. to the Mexican side, because as one of the questions that one of the representatives have, it's that we need to align the projects and the investments that we have from the U.S. side to the Mexican. And let me tell you a little bit about how the Mexican process is. First of all, most of the bridges are administrated by the federal level, and the investment that they have for any of the ports is at the federal level. In some cases, they can like give the concession to a private one, and they can build or invest privately in a bridge. But in a general perspective, it's the federal level, the one that is in charge of the process and the building and the infrastructure for the ports. And before, I would like to talk a little bit about Mexico and how things were before NAFTA. I don't know, probably most of you know exactly, and we study these parts, but Mexico had a closed economy before NAFTA. Mexico was not part of international trade organizations. We had a reduced infrastructure in our ports, and we didn't have the connection with the big highways or corridors outside the country. And we had, as an economy, we have strong rules for trade. This was the scenario before 1985. And so from that point that Mexico started moving into the open market and introducing or participating in economic organizations, things started to change, and we were preparing the field for a new era or a new step on the Mexican side. And that's exactly like the breakdown with NAFTA. Sorry. Okay, if we try to analyze what happened in Mexico since NAFTA, we see like the main thing is that we start to move into the import and export process. Our import and exports grow. Mexico had an interaction with different countries, and we were open to trade. We start as a country changing the policies inside to facilitate the rules for trade. We reduced the tax and duties because we had a different taxation as a closed country. And we start to have a simplification of the process. And what do I mean with that? Some of the speakers already mentioned that right now we are trying to move to better and faster process, but at that time we start to incorporate technology and different aspects that help our processes inside. And from 1993 and 2000, Mexico built the two latest port of entries. One was the Colombia's one that we already spoke about that one, and the other one was the World Trade Bridge. In this area, those were the two latest bridges that were built in Mexico. And since that time, we needed to have more infrastructure to communicate all the goods that were coming outside the country from different parts, Mexico City or southest part of Mexico, or even like the ones in the north, trying to go to the US and connect to a better corridors or highways. What it's important to mention here is that this region, it's where the most traffic crosses. And as some of the speakers mentioned, this is the capital of the trade, and Nuevo Laredo is the #1 port of entry, not just between the relation Mexico and Texas. It's the #1 even in Latin America. And when we open to the market, the US companies start to move to Mexico, because one of the things that the free trade gave us was the opportunity to use like the strongest or what was cheaper or more in one of the countries. And so we have a lot of maquiladoras that were US industries that established in Mexico, and you also mentioned something about that, and we have the biggest part on the border, the Rio Grande Valley, all around Reynosa and Matamoros is like where in this region where we can see the biggest growth, and the other part is in Chihuahua, and some other part is around San Diego and Tijuana. Because Mexico was intensive in labor, and that was cheaper for the industries to have the opportunity to produce or to do their manufacturing process with a lower cost. And with that scenario, trade has developed different and better with those kind of opportunities. And since the early steps, we continue to expand, we continue to see a growth in our export and import process. And this is one of the issues that globalization made in all the countries. One important thing is that the strategic location of Mexico and the border that we share with the US make Mexico also important, not just for the Mexican industries, but for the industries all around the world. Because in some cases, they start to move into Mexico because of the vicinity that we have with the US, and the fastest that they can sell their products into the US market. And we see and we know that the east part of the US, it's where the most part of the consumer is. So this region, the one in Laredo, helps to move goods faster and nearest to the consumer part of the country. Okay, and now in saying this, how can we face new era or the new USMCA? We have been hearing that the growth of trade were like more than the expecting ones. Like in a conventional idea or perspective, some of the analysts say that around 5% we were going to have the growing of the trade. But what we are facing right now is that we are getting a bigger or higher increase of trade. And last year we had something around 9.5% of the growing in this region. And that makes us think, what do we need to do or how we are going to move? The first thing is that we need to have like high-tech, new and more efficient ports of entry. We have here that we try to analyze the bridges as a system, and Colombia helps world trade for these matters. But if we take in account that the growth is going to continue, we need to start moving to some direction to be ready to catch that trade that is going to come from all over the world. And what is most important here is to mention that the infrastructure that we have right now on the bridges was the infrastructure that was needed 20 years ago. And since that time, we haven't created like the new step for the bridges or for customs. And some of you asked some of the questions about how the process of how the CBP and SAT analyze their shipments. What is most important for any of the countries is that they analyze what it's getting into the country. For example, for US, the most important part is to analyze what is getting from Mexico to the US. And for the Mexico, in our perspective, is to analyze what is coming out the United States and is getting into Mexico. So in that scenario, the authorities, CBP and SAT on the Mexican side, have moved to a different approaches of they can face their activities. And one of the most important is the unified cargo process that Mr. Sam Bale mentioned a little bit ago. And it's that both authorities are working in the same place, analyzing or inspecting the goods or the trucks once, and that means that we reduce time and costs for the shipments. And also we know that what is most important for trade, it's everything related to cost and time. And if we have the difficult points in our waiting times for the crossing, if we have anything that alleviates or help move those goods better and faster, that will be important for both countries. Another thing that is very important is that we are seeing that the public and private partnership are the model of the investments that can help us or alleviate in these kind of projects, because the government doesn't have like the whole money to build or to construct any more highways or ports. And as they mentioned, Presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, they had investment plan for the whole period, where they are analyzing 147 projects that also Federico told us about that one. And they are analyzing and focusing on specific highways or ports that are going to be built in this presidential area. And saying that, I think that one of the biggest things that NAFTA or USMCA give us is the chance to specialize, any of the three countries specialize, and instead of being compete in each other, that can be like a complementary value or a strength with the three countries. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? I just want the committee to know that I got a text from my staff saying that I was correct, that the GAO study says that one 18-wheeler has the impact of 9,600 regular civilian vehicles. So it's close to 10,000. One tractor trailer is the equivalent of 10,000 cars. Next up, we've got Steve McQuay.
Question to the Chairman.
Chairman Larson.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming and talking to us. You heard the discussion about the investments on the Mexican side for the infrastructure, and that we sync up the investments on the U.S. side to the Mexican side. If we're making investments and y'all aren't building the infrastructure, it's going to be very difficult for us to get future investment, whether it be at the state or on the private side. So the reconciliation of the Columbia Bridge has been an issue for 2 decades in this community, and trying to navigate between the states and then the federal government down there, we're sort of at a loss. And so maybe you can give us some guidance about how you would go about trying to get, from a leveraging standpoint, the people in Mexico to make the reciprocating investment that we've already made in this community.
I will say, I'm not like a expertise for that specific point, but what I know and what we heard, it's that Colombia was built like 25 years ago, and they create the whole infrastructure for trade, seeing that the traffic combines the one that comes to Nuevo Laredo to Colombia. But as Mr. Pete Sainz mentioned, there is like a political situation there. And right now, we are seeing that the federal level, it's like impulsing the investment for the highway that it's going to connect from inside the Nuevo León state, the road that connects to the Columbia Bridge. That was a project that was like quiet, or not quiet, but not moving since like 8 years ago. And now we are seeing that the trade is growing in Colombia. But it's true that we have more capacity for more trade. But what is also important here is that the industries are the ones that choose where they want to cross. So in some of the cases, we are seeing that the industries that are moving into Colombia are the ones that are asking the brokers and the transportation or the transport company to move to Colombia. So saying this, we expect to have more traffic in Colombia, and if the federal government continues with the construction of the highway that will come from in the middle part of the highway to Monterrey to Nuevo Laredo, they will connect there, and that will alleviate also the traffic that will come to Colombia.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. Captain, if you'd introduce yourself, let us know who you are, who you represent, and begin your testimony whenever you have the opportunity.
Certainly. Honorable Chair Anchia, Honorable Chair Canales, honorable committee members, thank y'all for allowing me to be here today. It's probably fitting that I go last, since y'all opened up with President Arenas with his speech and his discussion about TAMIU. I'm one of his statistics. My parents didn't go to college, and I got my sheepskin from right here in TAMIU. So, you know, I'm one of his stats.
Congratulations.
And I came back and paid it back. I was actually an adjunct professor here for about 3 years as well, teaching some criminal justice courses. I'd like to start off, discuss a little bit about, my name's Steve McQuaid. I'm a captain with the Texas Highway Patrol. I'm here on behalf of the Texas Highway Patrol Division and to discuss the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Service. As many of y'all know, the Highway Patrol is up and down the highway, and what y'all probably know on this committee is that there's a sub-portion of the Highway Patrol that is the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Service. And the primary function of the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Service is enforcement of motor carrier safety regulations, size and weight laws, hazardous materials, registration, also all traffic laws and criminal laws. Texas leads the nation in fatal crashes involving CMVs. We have a lot of road miles, we have a lot of vehicles on these roadways, and the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Highway Patrol, we maintain an aggressive overall traffic enforcement program to reduce those fatal crashes. We target the high corridor areas, I-35, you know, Interstate 10, 20, 30, and lots of major roadways around, you know, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas area, and specifically here, Mines Road as well in Laredo. Our state has a fast-growing population, it's been discussed. Our enforcement strategies come into play with our primary focus in the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Services is roadway inspections, roadside inspections, and one of the ways we do that is through our weigh stations, and we're constantly trying to improve our technology there, implementing things such as license plate readers, hazardous material readers where you can read the placards, oversize, over-dimension in motion sensors, weigh in motion sensors. Those types of things are being utilized at the scale houses, and we're trying to implement those and have those implemented even more at not just on the border down here, but the borders coming into Texas from Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico. Really just to expedite traffic. One of the other things that we're needing is to do that, we're having to update our facilities. on I-30 in Mount Pleasant and Interstate 10 in the Winnie area, we're trying to implement by incorporating more of those things in there. We also want to create one over in El Paso on Interstate 10, a scale house there, and then on Interstate 20 in the Marshall area, and just create those with the newer technology. As been discussed, we have facilities at 11 border stations, and statewide we have 89. At our inspection stations in El Paso, Laredo, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, and I'll say the valley, but it's, there's 3 bridges down there, Los Tomates, Los Indios, and FAR. One of the topics that always gets discussed with border issues is border time for inspection with these trucks. There's 5 different levels of inspections. The 2 main ones, well, there are 3 main ones that we do. Level 1 inspection is a complete walk-around inspection. Start at the driver, walk around the vehicle, check, axles, all the equipment, the brake lights, all the way around, and then we go underneath and we check the braking equipment. A level 2 inspection is the same thing, except we don't go underneath, we don't check the braking equipment. And a level 3 inspection is strictly driver credentials and paperwork. So what we look at on these inspection times, the 2 bridges in El Paso, when we conduct level 1 inspections, there are 27 and 32 minutes in length to conduct those level 1 inspections. The level 2 inspections are 19 minutes and 23 minutes. We come over here to Laredo, and at World Trade, that level 1 inspection time is 36 minutes. At Columbia, it's 31 minutes. And part of the difference is, at World Trade, it's a different environment, and it's actually improved there. The USDOT side has implemented in-ground pits where we don't need to get on a creeper. Let me back up a little bit and discuss why these numbers are important. When we look at roadside, our troopers or our inspectors will get on a creeper and actually crawl underneath the truck on a mechanic creeper and hand check the brakes. So when we do a level 1 inspection, in most facilities roadside, away from an in-ground pit, the inspections range from 45 minutes to about an hour. So when we start looking at these level 1 inspections in areas that have pits, we keep them under 30 minutes. And that's very important to industry and to transportation and border wait times, which is what we're discussing here. Del Rio, the level 1 inspection time is about 36 minutes, and Eagle Pass, it's 42 minutes. And again, it's because of their facilities and the technology that is lacking there. In the valley, Los Tomates, it's 37, Los Indios, 39 minutes, and FAR is 35 minutes for an average level 1 inspection. And again, roadside in the state, it's 45 minutes to an hour to conduct your typical level 1 inspection.
Apologize for interrupting you.
Yes, sir.
Captain. So the infrastructure that DPS utilizes while inspecting these commercial vehicles at the bridge sites is what affects the time?
Yes, sir, when it is present, yes, sir.
When it is present?
Yes,
and
sir.
so if not, you're using a creeper?
Yes, sir, that's exactly correct.
And so those are facilities that y'all are using?
Yes, sir.
So there's, at these bridge sites, DPS is present and doing commercial inspections?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And part of our plan is to implement these inspection pits, if you will, at these other scale sites, and the new ones, they're in the layout plans where we want to incorporate them. We're currently working on some on Interstate 10, from San Antonio to Houston, I-35. North of San Antonio, I'd like to keep it south of Brownsville area, or excuse me, Hillsborough area, and incorporate a lot of these new technologies. And what it does is, when we have these weigh in motions and dimension in motion opportunities, it allows that commercial vehicle to keep moving. There's also private corporations that have mechanisms that read the license plate, if you will, and the door information from the commercial vehicles, and they're able to electronically come up with a formula to determine if this vehicle's been inspected previously within a certain time range, it's allowed to keep going. If the company has a good safety rating, it's allowed to keep going. And it randomly selects the vehicles that are members of those particular corporations, those companies, if you will, to be randomly selected for inspection. And if not, they get to keep moving down the road and they don't stop, which is vital. We want to keep those trucks moving, right? you know, we've discussed, you know, Laredo being the busiest inland port. You know, I was just gonna say in Texas, but I don't go outside of Texas, but that's just me. What we look at is our inspection percentage. What percentage of the trucks are we inspecting at these bridges? And so I used the stats that I was able to find, and it didn't give me the particulars for each bridge. It lumped, you know, El Paso, Laredo, and the far areas, so I kind of combined those. And in El Paso, we're inspecting about 5.4% of the trucks that pass through there. In FAR, it's about 4.8%, and here in Laredo, it's 1.16%. And I was here in Laredo as a captain for about 9 years, and I'm now in Corpus Christi. But part of it is the way we work at the World Trade Bridge. World Trade is just busy, as y'all have seen. It's busy as all get out. And our facilities were inside the customs lot with the U.S. Customs at World Trade Bridge, and so we were basically sharing the facilities with them. We had our own building, but the inspection area, the inspection pits, they would inspect their trucks, then it would be our turn. We'd inspect our trucks, and we were taking turns with them, and so that's part of the reasons ours are a little bit lower. The other thing is our weigh in motion, that's inside customs. When you leave the customs lot, we had a weigh in motion scale, and if a vehicle was triggered that it was overweight, it would have the vehicle exit, they would go down to a turnaround, the vehicle would turn around, come back down on the access road, do another turnaround under another bridge, and that's where we would inspect it. And the guys called it downstairs. And basically it's in the U turnaround underneath the exit highway, if you will, when you're leaving the World Trade Bridge. We had to put porta potties down there for our inspectors to have the restrooms. We had our scales down there so we could static weigh them in order to issue a citation. When the weigh motions, if they're certified, calibrated, they can be used for citation, but we in DPS, we don't do that. We static weigh everything, and that way there's no question whatsoever. That vehicle's standing still, stopped on our scales while we're getting the weight on it. What we typically do now at World Trade is just the weight operations when we conduct them. In that area, the community of Laredo has grown up. When we first got there, there was really nothing there. Now there's apartment complexes, housing, many warehouses there, and the traffic load with passenger cars in that area is just, it's almost too much to even work there anymore. And so when we work there, it's very limited, and we just do that level 3 where we do the driver paperwork, issue the weight citation, and release. You know, the entire border saw, from 2008 to 2018, saw 34.4% increase in commercial traffic. On the commercial vehicle side, we also invest passenger vehicles, buses, and you know, those decreased in that same time period 16%. I know somebody talked about it earlier on their presentation. Here in Laredo, that actually went up, you know, from 40,000 to 41,000, which it's only 1,000, but while everybody else is decreasing 16%, Laredo's come up. And we would conduct our bus inspections there, and a level 1 bus inspection at the Lincoln Juarez Bridge typically lasted about 40 to 41 minutes for a level 1 inspection. It's more thorough. You go inside the bus, you're checking the seats, that type of thing. The same time the passengers are going through customs, that's when we're inspecting the buses. So that commodity basically has to get screened as well as if it were going through the customs lot. You know, one of the things I'd like to talk about, I know we had Mr. Gaitan up here earlier, and he was talking about, you know, what his entity does. One of the things that we do with DPS that, just my humble opinion, is that we do better than anybody else. I was on national committees, is we work with our transportation industries. A lot of this technology and stuff that I've discussed with you, that I've shared with you, comes from some of the industry helping us help them, because, you know, they're about safety. Mr. Gaitan said it, you know, safety is the most important thing. You know, his council, when they wanted to have one of their meetings, they came out to our Columbia Bridge and they had it out there. They held their meeting out there. We gave them a tour of our facilities. We explained to them what we do. Back in 2004, I first promoted a sergeant. I went to Columbia Bridge, and we were just getting started over there with some of our facilities, you know, probably within a year or two, and we had a huge issue with overweight violations. One of the things we discovered, we talked about, you know, road infrastructure in Mexico. What they do in Mexico is they slide their trailer axles forward so they can navigate tight turns and tight roads. When they come to Texas, they're over our bridge law, and so they'd be overweight on axles. And so we had several meetings and several trainings with companies from Mexico on sliding their axles back, and we worked with them on their weight law. last year when I left, before I left, we would average 3 to 5 safety talks each month with all these companies. If a company wants us, we want to go into their company and talk about safety there. We don't want to talk about it on the side of the road. That's the worst place, because that vehicle's already moving, and if it's defective equipment, it's already put somebody at risk, and we don't want that. You know, on the commercial vehicle enforcement side, it is safety, safety, safety. That is what we are about. And working with our industry partners and having the close relationships that we do, I think has enabled us to become even better on both sides. We go to their facilities, they come to our facilities, and we have that strong form of communication. And like I said, it's my opinion, but I've talked to others around the United States, and nobody has the relationship like we do here in Texas. Having said that, I just would like to, again, reiterate, thank y'all for your time. If y'all have any questions.
Representative Chairman Larson.
Yeah, just an observation. So you sort of laid out the problem. We heard about technology and the evolution of technology and how it's going to expedite things. Strategically thinking, could we put some kind of preemptive certification with the companies that you're meeting with on the Mexican side, and they would go through some kind of process where they could pull up to one of your stations, they've already been certified, that particular load, because it's all based on weight, but somehow, and there would be a trust factor, and we'd have to verify, but instead of waiting 42 minutes in some sectors or 36 minutes, they would be pushed through the system. Because you're having just a discussion with them. Somewhere we've got to get there where we don't manually check, you know, that percentage of 5% or whatever. There's going to have to be some trust that's going to have to be conveyed, and it's going to have to be based on what your guidance is, or DPS's guidance about how we can create that window of opportunity to pass through people through the system.
So what I'm understanding, sir, is that, like, if we have discussions and we're working with the industry counterparts from Mexico,
right,
that we could expedite if say they've been previously inspected or certified. We have something in process. When a vehicle gets a level 1 inspection, we put a CVSA decal, a Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance decal on there. And those decals, typically, we don't touch that truck for 90 days if it has a decal on there.
Okay.
What does happen, sir, is that we do see a lot of out-of-service trailers. And a lot of the trailers tend not to be owned by that particular company that's driving the truck. And so we've inspected trailers, and the trailers tend to be more, have higher out-of-service rates than the trucks, you know. And so what we do is we still allow them to go, and I'll just tell you too, sir, this is all run by people. We have people down there, and at Columbia Bridge, I will tell you, those drivers are the same drivers. Somebody earlier talked about how they will drive one truck, they'll drop it off, they'll get in a bobtail, and they'll go back across, and they're back again. And so our inspectors at the facility see the same drivers over and over and over, and they're on first-name basis. And so they know each other, and so they know when and how they've inspected people. And they're, you know, I guess I just feel like you can't ever take the human element out of things, right? And so those things are in place. They are there. Re-inspections do happen. Someone mentioned it earlier, I believe it was Ms. Mays, that when those happen, typically is when a vehicle's inspected by USDOT, and then it triggers an overweight enforcement action, and then we'll do a level 3 inspection for the overweight and send it on down the road.
Representative Ortega.
Captain, I have a question with regard to the scales that you're making reference to, whether, you know, a commercial truck is overweight. Are those scales available at all the ports to be able to do that?
We have different type of scales. My short answer, I want to say yes, but as soon as I tell you that, there's going to be some scale houses where they're broken, defective, and not working. What we have is we have some weigh in motion scales, which the trucks drive over those. Those things are pretty expensive, so those are not available everywhere. Some of the major inspection facilities, New Waverly there north of Houston going towards Dallas has some. The new facilities on the major corridor highways, we are trying to implement those weigh in motion scales. The only other way we do it is some of the other scales. they'll turn the lights on, the trucks will start going through there, and we manually weigh every single one.
So there's,
that does take time.
so there is some way of checking the weight of these trucks coming through?
That is correct. And then each trooper in their unit, they have 4 portable scales in there where they could, if need be, they could pull them out and weigh a truck roadside.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Representative Perlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you, what I'd like to know is, out of those percentages that you check, what typically do you see as far as where you issue citations? You also mentioned that, of course, you do civil, I mean, the criminal side are there, and we know that, or what percentage of those result in arrests, just in general?
Are you looking for clarification on citations and arrest being separate, like physical custody arrest them, or?
Well, just kind of what goes on in that 1 to 2%, whatever, up to 5% that are being inspected.
Right.
What percentage of those is it, say, a citation issued in those?
Wow. It's going to be a low percent. I don't have that exact number, and I could definitely get that for you. If I had to guess, which is what I'm doing, I would say about 10%. But violations, we find probably 90% violations. And so we do find violations without issuing citations. For the weight, we give a 1,000-pound tolerance. So, 1,001 over, that's when a citation would be issued. So if a vehicle's only 500 pounds, whether it's over axle, over bridge, or over gross, if it's at 500 pounds, 800 pounds, it's going to be a warning. And we wouldn't issue a citation until over, that 1,000-pound threshold. The typical citations issued predominantly are equipment violations, and which usually result in out of service. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, they've created a separate book from the federal regs, and it's the out of service criteria. And that book is actually voted on and put together by law enforcement personnel, industry, and even the manufacturers of what should a defective brake be, at what, on a type 30, long stroke chamber brake, at what distance does that brake become out of adjustment? So once it goes over that 2.5 inches, it's considered out of adjustment. If it's just 1/8 of an inch over, it's out of adjustment. If it's 1/4 of an inch over, when we call it fully out of adjustment. And what we do is we look at the total number of those types of brakes on the vehicle or combination of vehicles, and when it rises to 20% or more, that places a vehicle out of service. And when we do the level 1 inspections, that's why it's so important to check the brakes. That's where the predominant equipment violations that we're seeing is on brakes and tires. And when it comes to braking and stopping distance, those are obviously the 2 most important things. And so we target what's important. We're not going to issue, and I say we're not, but there's going to be somewhere that does it right, but we're not going to issue a citation for an oil leak.
Representative Thompson.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the question if there's been discussion, in industry today, they're using a lot of robotics, they're using a lot of drones in order to do a lot of their inspections. They don't actually go out in the field necessarily and do it. They sit in a control room and literally look at something, almost to the, right up to it, And I'm wondering, as I was sitting here thinking about, you were talking about y'all having to crawl under trucks and all that sort of thing. Has there been any discussion about, or is there anyone working on that sort of thing to where you could have those type of, you could have a robot that goes underneath these trucks and you have one person sitting in a control room looking at a screen, and if they found something that they thought was glaring, then hey, go look at this particular truck, and you could inspect a number of them quicker, move them along faster, even as they're lined up. You could be doing this process and pulling trucks out of a line and moving them on around if they look fine.
The short answer is yes, sir. There is technology. I'm not familiar with the drone aspect. What we have thermal imaging readers, and so as a truck goes by, we take a heat map of that vehicle, and it targets the tires. If a tire's overflated, underflated, it's going to shine bright red. And the same thing with the brakes, because as these trucks are coming in, they're slowing down, right? And so those brakes come in contact, the pads come in contact, and there's going to be uniformity as you look at the brake pads across that screen. And if you see one that's glowing red or white hot, then that tells you that it's probably defective because it's engaged more than one of the others. And if a tire is flat, they usually tend to come up blue. And again, it depends, but I've seen those, and those are one of the things that we're trying to implement for the future in some of our scale facilities, and it is all what you're saying to streamline. One of the issues that comes is we have all this technology where we don't stop trucks and inspect them, and so they're able to keep on going through, which is what everybody wants. We're trying to keep the product moving. Companies have what's called a safety rating, and if the company never gets inspected, one, they don't have a safety rating, or if the only time they were to get inspected is when they have a trigger, then they're gonna have a very low safety rating. And now insurance companies are piggyback on, well, if you've got a low safety rating, we're gonna charge you higher interest rates. So these companies are really big on this pre-screening technology that even though they don't have any issues, they want to be inspected as well because they want to keep their safety rating low. So it's a very fluid environment that we work with our transportation industry. And I think, I'll go back to, I think that's why it's so important that we're constantly talking with them, engaging the transportation industry so that we can work together to harmonize, and it's all about safety. But yes, I haven't seen drones, but yes, sir, there is technology, and we are using some of it and trying to get more of it.
Cool. Chairman Anchia?
Thank you for your testimony today. I just wanted to go over a couple things because these are the only times we get to chat. And first I want to say thank you for your service to the state. It's really important that people like you stay with the state for a long time to have the institutional knowledge. As I mentioned with Caroline, we get to have good people like you to continue to update us on progress. And so in 2015, we had a joint interim committee to study border wait times. Do you remember that?
I vaguely, yes, sir.
All right, well, I'm going to go over a little bit with you, and if you don't have answers to it, it's okay. When we do our session down maybe in the valley, in Brownsville, we've been talking about having a follow-up one of these. We can just follow up then. But I just want to put it on your radar screen. This was, and just for the benefit of the members, you all have the results of this study in your packet. But we had a special joint House-Senate committee that looked at border wait times, and it was chaired by Senator Nichols and me. And we came up with a unanimous report that we delivered to the legislature on January 12th of 2015. So I'm just going to go over some of the recommendations with you. And if you know, great. And if you don't, just say, I'll have to get back to you on that. But I ask every time we have one of these just to see if we're continuing to make progress. So the first recommendation was to encourage DPS to co-locate inspection facilities with the federal inspectors. And because you all do what are called, because you have what are called BSIF facilities that we're operating essentially in temporary structures, and you were looking at more permanent structures, and recognizing that every footprint is different at every bridge facility, right? Like, I get that. The footprints are different from El Paso Boda Bridge to World Trade. And so you have different constraints. But the recommendation was, are we co-locating facilities with the federal government so that when there is an inspection, you all can co-inspect? Because your inspections, in large part, are visual inspections, right? You're visually inspecting the brakes, you're looking at the weight of the truck, and they're essentially health and safety, for lack of a better term. The feds are doing drug interdiction and other things that fall under federal guidelines. And we discussed having you all working together more closely to expedite the moving of the vehicles. All the while understanding that sometimes your facility is way over here and the feds are way over here, right? And the footprint, the real estate differs. But there was a suggestion made by the legislature. If y'all want more money for us to take your portable facilities to more permanent facilities, let's look at co-location. Can you speak to that at all?
You know, sir, I do know those discussions have been had, and as Mr. Vail alluded to earlier, he and I had those discussions. Where they're at now, sir, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so then the second thing was related to the first.
we said, hey, we wanted to require DPS to provide the legislature with a justification every time it wanted to do a new permanent facility, to justify why it needed to be separate than the federal facility. That was kind of the second thing. Before we actually went through the appropriations process to give you all money for a new facility, we said, hey, take a look, see if you can do it close or alongside the feds without the permanent state facility, and if you can't, then we'll give you the money. So that was the second thing. I know that the federal government has, and this is what Chairman Larson was talking about. They've got the CTPAT program that essentially pre-clears stuff that's coming north. And I'll get this to you. You don't even need to write it down. But
I remember.
it's okay. It's okay. And this is not to put you on the spot.
Sorry, I'm a TAMIU grad.
That's the Harvard of Laredo.
Yeah, hey, I'm writing away.
So what I just, again, not to put you on the spot, but just to get it out there in public forum, we wanted to make sure that you all were increasing awareness of the Trusted Traveler program, right, in Mexico, so that people did have a seal of approval, or good operators, companies that we knew were installing a best-in-breed compliance program, very rigorous, that were using technology, that we actually said, okay, we're going to inspect you at less than 5%, because you all are the gold standard.
And
So-
we are doing that, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And when we do it, we're doing a complete inspection. The drivers are vetted, all of those things, and those vehicles are actually allowed to leave outside the commercial zone area as well. So yes.
Number 4 was supporting efforts on the collection and dissemination of wait time data. We just needed better data. We heard earlier today about a possible pilot program that we could work on in the legislature and potentially fund $6 million. Maybe we do it at El Paso or somewhere else, where we can just get better data to have a benchmark and then start driving these times down.
I think I heard an objection from Representative Ortega. That's not gonna, you wouldn't like that? Oh.
And then number 5 was triple P opportunities, public-private partnerships. So Senator Cornyn and Senator Cuellar from here in Laredo, they passed an appropriations rider a couple of years back to allow for the private sector to play a role here in building the infrastructure that was necessary. We've seen a couple of efforts at that, but I know the rulemaking took a while, Jerry, but we may be at an opportunity where the private sector can help solve some of these problems, and it will lessen the burden of the legislature to have to come in and do it, again, through public-private partnerships. The 6th recommendation was to create a Texas Coordinated Border Infrastructure Program with TxDOT, and I know you all are working together on border infrastructure issues.
Yes.
DPS is part of that discussion, right?
Yes, sir.
Check. All right. And then obviously, number 7 was to encourage increased communication with bridge directors, CBP, TxDOT, and other stakeholders. And it sounds like you all are doing a lot more talking to industry members, right?
We are, sir. I'd like to opine that I think we were always good at it, particularly here in Laredo, and I'll say that because I was here, but we had those relationships and we built those. When I left, I went to Corpus Christi. This is kind of a side note. I started doing that with the local sheriffs and the judges in the Corpus Christi district, and so I've taken some of this work together atmosphere and have applied it over there with the police departments, everything completely different than transportation. But I developed that mindset by doing it here in Laredo, working with others, working as a team, and everybody is achieving more type of attitude. And so, I do say that is going on, sir, and I think it's even carrying forward beyond that.
Terrific. And we invited CBP, and they chose not to participate. But what's the relationship like with CBP? I know different pay scales, right? They get paid on a federal.
They're still our folks. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So that was one of the challenges we had in working alongside them potentially, right?
Yes, sir.
That some of them got paid more, and we were scared that they would cherry pick some of our best people. But talk a little bit about that relationship and your ability to work together in doing joint inspections.
In World Trade, we had a phenomenal relationship. Like I said, we would take turns. We would work together quite a bit. Actually, after that downburst, shut down World Trade Bridge for about a week. U.S. Customs, Texas DPS, the city of Laredo, Laredo Police Department, we had to come together because industry is shut down. And you talked about numbers, was it, $100 million a day or something is crossing these bridges. And if every day that's shut down, that's somebody's livelihood. And what came up at the beginning, they're gonna go to the last path of least resistance. And so if they can't cross here at Laredo, it's an act of nature, those trucks are gonna go someplace else. So we had to get together. One of the things we started doing that first night, when it happened, a lot of the trucks were stuck on this side of the border, if you will. And on Mines Road, it was a parking lot of bobtail trucks, and those poor drivers were sleeping in their trucks behind the wheel. They had nowhere to go. They're bobtail trucks, no sleeper berth, and we had to come up with something. And one of the things we did is we got there in DPS. What we do when there's a hurricane or there's a calamity, we do a contraflow. Those of y'all from the Houston area where some of those targets, we shut down highways. So we talked to U.S. Customs about maybe doing that. After a certain time, the trucks can't come forward anymore north. Let's contraflow and get these guys out of here. And so some of that did take place, and that's an extreme example, but that's when we come together, right? And I don't think you can work in an emergency environment like that without having other conversations first. It's easy to have a tough conversation when you've already had those smaller conversations. And my perspective is those tend to happen over a good cup of coffee.
I'm grateful for your service to this state and for your testimony today. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, just wanted to raise those things, and we'll follow up with your office afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Members, any other questions? Well, I want to thank everybody for traveling to Laredo today. I want to thank you for your service. Thank you, ma'am. And for participating actively in today's hearing. The final question, is there any business left to be discussed? Chair hearing nothing. That concludes our business for today. If there's no objection, the committee will stand adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Chair hearing no objection, and the committee is now adjourned. The time is 1:20 p.m.
I echo Chairman Canales' thanks for the members of the International Relations and Economic Development, #IRED, participation in today's hearing. I'm grateful that you came to Laredo to see it shine during Washington's birthday celebration. So if there is no business left to be discussed, and I note none further, that concludes our business for today. And if there is no objection, the committee will stand adjourned, subject to call of the chair. The chair hears no objection, and the committee is now adjourned. Good job, bro. Smooth.